You are watching the Inside Edge Network. Double A Anthony Alford alongside the man they call Moon, Eli Moon. We are so excited each and every single weeknight to bring to you a continuous string of programming right here on the Inside Edge Network.
Absolutely, Double A. You know, we will start at 8 o'clock sharp with the Daily Spiral. Autumn Chisholm bringing you everything you need to know from pop culture and entertainment and, of course, sports. And Autumn gives a very, very interesting take on a lot of things. We may get into it from time to time, but we love her, and you're going to love it as well. From 8 to 9, that's Daily Spiral, right into Unfiltered with Kyle Cornell. Your favorite afternoon show is Join the Evening Stream, and you're getting all your late-night news talk. Of course, Kyle has some strong opinions on the sports world and other things as well. He'll usher it in right into Inside Edge Primetime Double A. Chad B and I, Chad Bryan, we're going to rock out. We're going to do our thing from 10 to 11:30 now. We get an extra half hour. We get to cut loose a little bit, and we can't wait to get just entertaining, fun, and have a lot of great moments with you for an extra half hour. And then, of course, we hand the keys off to you. I hope you're ready to drive the Benz. But from 11:30 to 1, midnight run with an extra half hour now.
And listen, we going to be running. We going to be sprinting. We're going to be getting after it. Listen, the key to this lineup and the key to these shows, you're getting everything. You're getting entertainment. You're getting local community news. You're getting music. You're getting your top sports headlines. And if you're a foodie, I'm talking to you. You like steak. You like eggs. You like whatever. We have it all covered for you here on the Inside Edge Network across our stream. Dude, let me tell you, Eli, this is incredible to have this digital space, to do this every single night. People at night, they're looking for something to tune in, something to just watch, just people to vibe with. Are we still allowed to say vibe?
I don't know.
Autumn told us we couldn't say vibing.
I don't know. You know, and she'll answer this probably almost every night when we said that right now about vibes. But you know what? Like you said, music, sports, entertainment, mental health, community. That's what we're about. And we are going to bring that to each and every one of you every single night that's been with us since the start or is jumping on right now for the ride. We're excited. Double A, myself, Kyle, Autumn, Chad. We are so excited to rock with you for not just 3 hours this time around. We're rocking with you for 5 hours, 8 p.m. to 1 a.m. Where else could you be in the evening but with the Inside Edge Network?
Yeah, we hope you guys tune in again. This broadcast, thanks to all of our partners, thanks to you, and thanks again to the Brothers Lounge, of course, sponsoring us here at the Inside Edge Network. West 117th in Detroit, right on the Cleveland-Lakewood border. We have you covered. But guess what, folks? That's enough from us right now. You're going to see us. You're going to hear us a little bit later on. You got Eli Prime Time. You got me at Midnight Run. But coming up, we got the Daily Spiral. We got Unfiltered coming your way next. This is Cleveland's digital leader. This is the Inside Edge Network.
Let's go.
Welcome to Unfiltered with Kyle Cornell, Cleveland's digital leader for all things news, talk, and sports. Don't forget, follow the show on Facebook Unfiltered with Kyle Cornell and on X at Unfiltered216.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome in. It is the first edition of Unfiltered with Kyle Cornell right here in the evening block on the Inside Edge Network. So happy to be with you today on your Monday. It is August 10th. It is 2026. I have power finally again. It's awesome. So happy to be with you guys. I wasn't sure if we were going to make it. It was legit a problem. For at least 8 hours today, the power was out, if not longer. but things finally got restored. Hey, shout out to all the energy crews out there. They get a lot of shit. Let's be honest. They really do. They get a lot of slack for, oh, it took so long, whatever it is. And obviously, listen, I'm on the third floor in this piece. It got hot up in this area. I'll tell you what. Still got it back. We're here. We're live for you guys. This week, as you guys heard the intro video just a few minutes ago, I'm going to be the lead-in. Autumn is on vacation because our fearless leader, AA Anthony Alford, decided he wanted to be benevolent and give people vacations during the summer because we know, hey, Brown season is right around the corner, and Brothers Lounge is going to be a big part of that. We'll talk about them a little later in the stream. But I'm the lead this week. So with that being said, as always, do not forget to like, subscribe, punch that notification bell at InsideEdge.net across all the different social media platforms. You see right there, bottom of your screen, everything from YouTube, X, Facebook, Instagram, TikTok. We got it all for you. Check out the website too while you're at it, InsideEdgeNetwork.com. It's a great one-stop shop. I like to call it that just because you can get everything right there at the website at your fingertips, whether it's more information about us individually, the talent that are all scattered across this network, whether it's about different show rundowns. Maybe you want to find out more about the evening block because it is massive. It's awesome. The daily evening block. Can't believe it. You can check that out there. And of course, the merchandise store as well, because, hey, we want you to support local grassroots media just like us. And tell you what, it actually looks pretty cool, all the stuff we have up there at InsideEdgeNetwork.com in that merch store. And do not forget as well, download our app over on Roku. That's right. Whether it's on your phone, you got a TV, does not matter. Nice and easy, nice and simple. Just download a search Inside Edge Network when you go into the Roku app or on your TV. You'll be able to take us anywhere, listen to us anywhere you go. Big thank you to Roku for working with us here at the Inside Edge Network. I really appreciate them as always. And as always, we have a bunch to get into today. Cuyahoga County getting a little stingy with the parking prices, especially downtown. We'll talk about that a bit in downtown Cleveland. Also, President Trump has signed a new executive order involving child vaccinations. Yeah, it's interesting. We'll kind of go over what that is, what it means, and if you have kids, what's the next steps you have to take, because some changes. Then we'll get in some news and notes, some news happening in Canton involving a couple of officers involved with some issues and pretty serious one not too long ago, a couple of years back. Hazmat was in Northeast Ohio. They were out and active over in Painesville. We'll tell you why. Roblox getting sued by the state of Ohio. Talk about that too. And as we move into Inside Edge Primetime, it'll be the unveiling of this week's picture for the Unfiltered Meme of the Week. And you know what? It's a special one this week. It's a special show, special program, special audience. So we're happy to be able to do that. And I want to get Chad and Eli's immediate thoughts on that. So all of that and more coming up here on Unfiltered, guys, here all along the Inside Edge Network. But first, our lead for the day, because it was a story that was plastered all over the weekend and all over sports talk. And because this is a news talk sports show, we get in a little bit of everything. And a little bit of everything, unfortunately, at least for me, because I'm not a Browns fan, includes these guys. Yeah, the quarterback competition is steaming ahead, and the drama has just unrolled like a fruit roll up fresh out of the bag. I'll tell you what, they always find new ways to just show incompetence, the Browns, don't they? So impressive. To our knowledge, going into this past weekend, everyone assumed, hey, it's a quarterback competition between Shedeur Sanders, the quarterback throwing to your right, and Deshaun Watson, the quarterback throwing to your left. One significantly leaned further back, the other one actually leaning into his throw. However, Todd Monken said some things over the weekend, especially on Saturday, that kind of confused people. Monken came out, throw the video, because why? Came on, basically said, yeah, Shedeur is going to get the reps with the ones today, and then, we'll rotate or whatever it is. And then 45 minutes later, when practice started, Deshaun Watson got the ones, got the reps. And listen, things change. Coaches get feelings, whatever it is. They kind of sense certain moments. Okay, maybe we need to pivot here, whatever it is. But the issue is, obviously, before this, there's a report, at least multiple reports out there, including Mary Kay Cabot, who's usually pretty much on toe with a lot of these things. People just don't like it because she's right a lot. But she came out and said, yeah, there was Deshaun knew before the media scrum that he was going to get the ones and the one reps and Shedeur was going to be with the backups. And Todd Monken still went out to the public, instead of saying, hey, we had a bit of a mix-up, we're mixing things up a little bit. Deshaun going to get some ones work today. Shador will get some more later. He basically didn't say anything about it. Basically just lied to the media. Now, on the very, very, very late running main event last night, which we won't go to 3 a.m. today, I promise you that. There was an interesting conversation with these guys. And these guys, of course, I mean, Rob, Eli, Double A, about Deshaun Watson in general. It kind of feels like it's his job. Todd Monken is being smart as far as not naming him the starter yet, just because it's going to be a firestorm nevertheless. At least you want to have the presentation of a competition. But it's the second straight coaching staff that is saying the same issues that Shador had last year. He still has timing, picking up things in the pocket, being able to get rid of the football, that kind of stuff. He's not getting it. And I pose the question with Shador, it's his second season. The guy didn't take reps with the first team offense until halfway through last season. And it's a new offense, a new scheme. So he got less than half a season to play. He started 7 games last year and still went 3-4, by the way, with bad stats, which blows my mind. Now he's got a whole new offense to learn. He's got a coach that sure wanted to take him in Baltimore, but they wanted him as a backup, a guy to develop behind Lamar Jackson. And even if Lamar was going to leave Baltimore, that's still probably 2 to 3 years behind a multi-time MVP level quarterback to learn from. Nobody in the NFL pegged Shador Sanders to be a starting quarterback in his first year, or honestly, probably his second. But because he's in Cleveland, and because they're so thirsty for a quarterback, they need, it's dripping, it's oozing out of their mouths. It's the foaming like the dog pound. They just want that quarterback so bad. They're willing to overlook, maybe he's just not ready yet. And I've said this from the beginning. When it comes to Deshaun Watson, he's one of the more talented quarterbacks I've ever seen. Have I seen that in the past 6 seasons or 6 years? No. But all throughout Clemson, into those first 3 to 4 years in Houston, you could have made a case he was a top 5 quarterback in the NFL. Led the league in passing his last full season in Houston. And that year they went 4-12. So they just were a bad team. He was trying to do everything he could to just, get stats and try to win, but they were not having it. But I bring up that 4-12 record because it's interesting. He's 8-10. He's only started, it's crazy. It's his 5th year in Cleveland. He's only started 18 games. He's barely started more than a full season, despite playing technically 4 full seasons. Injuries, suspensions, hoopla, all that good shit. He's still 8-10 as a starter. And that's what that really bad last year in 2024, where he went 1-6 or 1-7 and 8 starts and just did not. You could tell something was off. He is the more skilled of the 2 quarterbacks in that quarterback. And the Dylan Gabriel stuff about him, he's going to be the backup now. He's going to be the only way Dylan Gabriel is going to be the backup is if they trade Shador, if he does not become the starter, which I think would also be just a bad idea because there's no guarantee Deshaun Watson is going to make it through the season. There's no guarantee he's going to get past week 4. What has he shown you in a Cleveland Browns uniform that says he's going to make it a full season? Because he hasn't. Sitting out that year and a half plus or whatever it was due to the holdout and then obviously the injury, and then he had the stuff with all the baggage that came with that suspension. He's had little flashes where he's looked good. And he's won. Hell, before that season in 2024, when he was a starting quarterback for the Browns, he was 7-4 or 7-3 when he played. So he was winning games when he played, but he wasn't available. And that's one of the biggest things about quarterback in this league. If you can start 16 to 17 games, your value shoots up easily. Being available is so important. The stats, they'll work themselves out. The way the league is built these day and ages, Jacoby Brissett, if he starts 17 games, is going to throw for 3,000 plus yards and probably 20 touchdowns because it's how offenses work nowadays. It just is. But fans wanting one solid answer at quarterback. It's not in the room. It's not. There was a theory that was thrown out last night about, well, what happens if Deshaun does win 9, 10, 11, 13 games, whatever it is? Well, you know what? I would expect him to need to do that. Because right now, if he goes into this season and he plays like crap and he goes 1-3 or 1-4 in the first 5 and gets benched, he might not have a job next year. And granted, he doesn't need to play another lick of football. He's made all the money he's ever going to need, unless he blew it all in massage parlors since what happened. I don't know, but like he should be good. He should be fine. It's more about pride now and about someone that I saw who said he truly loved the game. Now you got to prove it, because this is make or break for Deshaun Watson. There is no more buffer. There's no more guaranteed contract. There's no more nothing after this year. He's got to perform. So the pressure is on Deshaun to show up in practice, to show up in games. He's been the practice hero. He's been practice Superman, starring in the next DC film. James Gunn gave him a call. He's got to do it on the field in games, and he's got to stay healthy. That's his biggest problem. Anytime he showed a little bit, remember that Baltimore game a couple years back? I remember I was down in Florida in St. Augustine with my dad and my brother at a Browns backer bar, watching him pick apart Baltimore, a team that was picked to go to the Super Bowl and has been for multiple years. I think they are again this year. And then he obviously hurt his shoulder. And then now he's torn his Achilles twice. And Deshaun had problems getting rid of the football when he was playing with the Browns too. But if he wins 10 games, 11 games, 13 games, obviously, and stays healthy, that means he's going to stay healthy for at least that many games, if not more. If you're the Browns, you kind of have to look at that. But is it crazy to me that even in that situation, if I'm Cleveland, even if he plays well, because let's be honest, Deshaun, his best will be Baker Mayfield in that season where they lost to Kansas City in the AFC, whatever. It's the second round of the playoffs. Like, that's a 24 touchdown, 6 interception. Maybe he throws for 3,000 yards. Because Browns quarterbacks are like Bears quarterbacks now until Caleb Williams, where they just don't put up stats. Unless your name is Otto Graham, you're not going to be lighting up the stat sheet. People love Bernie Kosar, and hey, listen, for that generation, awesome. Look at his numbers. Okay. I get it, different times, all that stuff. But again, compared to now, it's night and day. And the Browns just have not been able to come to terms with the fact they need that kind of quarterback. There were guys out there. There was the Drew Allars out there, those kind of people that kind of fit more of that mold of who can do a little bit of everything. But they chose this path. Andrew Berry chose this path. He chose Todd Monken, and Double A's made the point multiple times, and he's right. Todd Monken is a plan for Deshaun Watson. Todd Monken, however, is not going to be hinged on Deshaun Watson making it, but it's a plan for him to start, for him to be successful. And if he doesn't live up to it, well, then that's on him. But the dysfunction of lying to the media for no reason, because who gives a f-? And then the dysfunction of this organization to have your owner come out 2 seasons ago and literally say, that was a mistake. We shouldn't have traded for Deshaun. And he's still on the roster. That's wild. It should be studied how stupid these people are. Like, it should be researched by science. Like, it's insane. He would have been gone on any other team. If he would have signed with any of those NFC South teams and all that shit went down, he would have been gone. Saints, the Falcons, the Panthers, whoever, gone. Maybe Carolina would have kept him because it's kind of like hometown for him, but still, probably not. When's enough? Apparently not yet for the Browns. And listen, they paid him. They made the investment. I don't blame them for seeing it through, but obviously hindsight's 2020, and we're seeing clearly right now. And this is the last chance for Deshaun Watson to fudge up our image a little bit more so that way they give him more money. And if he does win 10, 11 games this season, you bet your ass he's not getting $250 million guaranteed over 5 years again. It's a short-term deal. Think about Baker's contract a couple of years ago with Tampa, that 3-year, $100 million deal, something like that. If he did something well and he played really well this season, probably looking at that for any team that needs a quarterback. He's done making that kind of money, at least for now. He's not getting franchise tagged. He's not none of that stuff. The Browns would let him walk if a team walks up and says, "Hey, we're going to give you $300 million over." Like, no, they're not going to do. People also forget they're going to have 2 draft picks in this upcoming first round. So with the Rams pick, it's going to be a lower pick. And Rob said something about it there. One Matthew Stafford injury away. I think honestly, Ty Simpson or Stetson Bennett could probably come into that offense and look halfway decent. Because again, Sean McVay, Kevin McConnell, these kind of guys, they make quarterbacks. Even when you don't think it's going to happen. Who had Sam Darnold as a Super Bowl winning quarterback on their fucking bingo card 2-3 years ago? There was one pop-up, one down. We got over under 2.5 fucks tonight. That's 2. But like those guys make it. So the Browns at worst are going to get 2 picks, at least probably in the 20s if they play well. If they don't, they'll have a high first round pick and they'll have a pick in the 20s, maybe even 30s, depending on how good LA ends up. You can always trade those. You can move up and find the guy if he's in the draft. If it's Arch Manning, if it's not, if it's Dante Moore, whoever it is, you've got options. That's all I'm saying. It's exhausting talking Browns, and I'm not even a Browns fan. I've got my own problems. You guys heard the interview earlier. Tyler Shuck in New Orleans, because that's my team. Yeah, he's really going to break out. Got a new tier for you. It's tier, what was it? 5 tiers for AA. 5 is backup. 6 is selling cars at the used car dealership down the street from us. That's out of the league is tier 6. I'm introducing it now. If you know anyone, potentially if you in that Browns locker room, feel free to comment. We're going to take a break here on Unfiltered, guys. All on the Inside Edge Network. It is our first night in the evening stream. I think we're doing good so far. I'm sure I pissed off a few people. No worries. It's all good. When we come back, we are going to talk about Cuyahoga County into more of the news side of things. Parking rates going to increase again. Yikes. That coming up next here on Unfiltered. Stay with us. Looking for an iconic Cleveland music venue that features premier entertainment, spirits, and food? Well, look no further than the Brothers Lounge. They offer a variety of live entertainment acts weekly, along with a diverse selection of beer, wine, and fine spirits, not to mention Chef Wynn's food menu, which has been crafted with traditional American fare with a modern twist. So come on out and enjoy the warm hospitality and make some new friends right here in your backyard. For more information, head over to brotherslounge.com and check them out for yourself at 11609 Detroit Road. That's right near the border of Cleveland and Lakewood. The Brothers Lounge, proud sponsor of the Inside Edge Network, Cleveland's digital leader.
Key On Sports is the leader in Ohio high school athletic coverage in written, print, and video streaming. From the latest news and results and written content to the high school football game of the week every Friday, Key On Sports has you covered. The vision of 15-time published author Vince McKee has become the most trusted site in Ohio high school athletic news. From podcasts to player profiles, Key On Sports is your one-stop for all of it. Visit them today at keyonsports.com or on YouTube at Key On Sports. Check out their socials on Twitter and Facebook as well.
Please support the new Inside Edge Network by liking, subscribing, and following us on your favorite social media platforms. That's at Inside Edge Net across Facebook, TikTok, YouTube, X, and IG. And don't forget to download our new app over on Roku. And as always, thank you for supporting your favorite shows on the Inside Edge Network, Cleveland's digital leader for news, talk, sports, entertainment, and mental health. Fanatics isn't just our name, it's who we are. Loyal, passionate fans, dedicated to our favorite teams and to the sports we love. That's why we're honored to be able to offer fans the world's largest collection of official sports apparel and sports jerseys from all leagues, teams, and players you love. We feature a wide selection of gear from every league, including the NFL, MLB, NBA, NHL, and NCAA merchandise, which allows us to serve fans of football, baseball, hockey, basketball, lacrosse, soccer, golf, and everything else that gets your heart pumping. Go to InsideEdgeNetwork.com under our partners section to find our link to check out all of what Fanatics has to offer. Fanatics, a proud sponsor of the Inside Edge Network, Cleveland's digital leader. Clean energy, bold flavors, no jitters. See why people won't shut up about Dubby. Whether you're starting your workday or getting ready to exercise, Dubby Energy helps you lock in and focus. Over 15 different flavors to choose from. Order Dubby Energy right now and find out more information by checking out our partners page on InsideEdgeNetwork.com. Also, use that promo code InsideEdge10 to receive 10% off your order. Dubby Energy, your energy-focused sponsor of the Inside Edge Network, Cleveland's digital leader. Discover our collection of handcrafted candles made with clean, minimal ingredients. Every product thoughtfully created in small batches free from harmful toxins for mindful everyday indulgence. Hand-poured in coconut soy wax with natural wood wicks to offer long-lasting burn and rich fragrance. Find out more about Alley Rose Fragrances by checking out their link on our partners page at InsideEdgeNetwork.com. And if you're a first-time customer, use the promo code InsideEdge20 to receive 20% off your order. AlleyRoseFragrances.com, a proud sponsor of the Inside Edge Network, Cleveland's digital.
Welcome back to Unfiltered with Kyle Cornell, exclusively on the Inside Edge Network. Make sure to like, subscribe, and punch that notification bell at Inside Edge Net across all our social media platforms.
Welcome back, everybody. Unfiltered with Kyle Cornell here on your Monday evening. That's right. Hey, normally we're at 5. Not anymore. We're in the evening block right here on the Inside Edge Network on August 10th, our first debut show at 9 p.m. So happy you are with us here on the program as always. Of course, the new lineup, at least for this week. Next week, Autumn joins the group. She is on vacation. The Daily Spiral will be from 8 to 9. She'll lead right into Unfiltered with myself from 9 to 10. And then Inside Edge Primetime at their normal start time at 10 to 11:30. And at 11:30, Double A Anthony Alford with Midnight Run takes you all the way till 1 a.m. right here on the Inside Edge Network. It's such a great success we've had with this evening block to this point. It's an honor to join it and be a part of it. Kind of slide right in and really try to dominate the evenings here, not only in Northeast Ohio, but honestly, hey, around the country, around the world. Let's make some waves. Why not, right? Speaking of making waves, at least here in Northeast Ohio on the local side of things, well, Cuyahoga County is in the news again. Yeah, parking. Isn't it always fun when we talk about this? There is some reports that things may be up for debate and possible change. The county considering higher parking rates for employees and visitors. County officials said they need more money to keep up with millions of dollars in garage and lot maintenance. If you've seen some of the garages and stuff downtown, you probably know that's true. It's wild. However, the council said the final plan could still change. Quotes, the recommendations that we're making is generally increasing daily parking at the Justice Center zone by $2 a day, so going from $10 to $12, and then raising the monthly rates by $20 in those areas. That from Public Works Programming Administrator Nicole English, who talked with Fox 8 News here in Cleveland. The proposed increases would affect several county-owned garages and lots during an August 4th county council meeting, which was last week. English said that the parking fund had about $5 million in reserves, but expenses are outpacing revenue. He said, quote, we currently have a balance in a parking fund of a little over $5 million. This is an enterprise fund that is kept separate from the general fund and used for just these uses. So we have $5 million. Last year, we took in a little over $3.7 million. However, our annual expenses are over $4 million. So, see, we're going down if we keep eroding at the current balance. So they were in the red. English saying that garages are the biggest expense, with the county also paying to maintain and repair surface lots as well. Public Works Director Michael Dever said the county needs millions more to keep the garages open. English said raising parking revenue could help avoid cuts elsewhere. The proposal has also drawn some concern from county employees who could face higher parking costs. So if you work for local government, no, you're screwed too. English said the county is looking at other options to help employees with those costs, including subsidized RTA passes. Hey, didn't Jake call this on the program? I don't know if you guys remember. For those who watch Unfiltered, we always have Jake Underwood of the Jake Underwood Show on Thursdays. Now, potentially at 9:30 on Thursday, we're going to talk to him about that and see what works best for him. He said we're moving towards this era where when you're downtown, you're not going to be driving downtown. No one will. Cars are going to be banned, essentially. We're getting to that point. Businesses will start doing this. The parking garages will be kind of non-needed, non-existent. They'll get torn down. More apartment buildings and all that crap will get built. And then we'll be a carless city. Everyone's going to be on e-bikes, so they're going to be riding the RTA. What are those like one? I almost called it a ripstick. It's not a ripstick, but like the one wheel thing where you like ride it, lean forward and back. It's pretty cool. It's like a unicycle for like people that actually have skill. I shouldn't say. There's a lot of people in the circus that ride unicycles that do a great job. And Steve-O. But like I did you expect anything different? We're a greedy bunch of people, aren't we? With the money. Again, the proposal would generally mean about $2 more for daily parking, $20 more for monthly, as I mentioned before. The county council's next regular meeting is set for September 8th. Not set in stone, but if you're thinking about heading downtown into Cleveland, now you kind of know what you're dealing with here. And it's just shocking. I don't know who to blame with all this. I mean, do you blame inflation for pricing going up to maintain these lots? Do you just blame more usage because more people are coming downtown? I don't see that. I don't know. But some of these parking garages you go into, man, it's rough. It is rough like you're barking at that point. Like it's bad. And the fact that they're still in the red with all this, despite getting millions of dollars every year, just blows my mind. Also against surface lots, so like pavements, parking lots, whatever is in the county. Got to keep an eye out for that. So just wild. So get ready. Again, nothing official. They have a meeting at the beginning of September, so there's still time to think about this. And obviously, they'll go through the channels they need to, I guess. But I mean, it's rough. I don't envy anyone. I've never been more happy to work from home. If I still worked at the previous station I worked at when I was working in media here in Cleveland, I'd be dealing with this kind of problem when it comes to parking garages and all that stuff. So I'm thankful for that. Hey, coming up next, President Trump's in the news, not just because of this. That's a little early. We're not going to do that. They've spoiled it. He's actually going to be, President Trump is. This is what I meant. There you go. He's going to be in town tomorrow for the Patriot games. He's scheduled to be at least over at Spire Academy in Geneva. Great event. Every state and territory in the U.S. represented by one male, one female. 14 to 17-year-olds competing in different games. I believe for us, there's a young man from Cincinnati and a young woman from Hudson that are in this. But President Trump making news for a different reason when it comes to child vaccinations. Yeah. We're going to have to talk about that here in a few minutes right here on Unfiltered. Before we do, again, quick shout out to our newest presenting sponsor here at the network. Really appreciate what they've done, not only for us here at the network, but obviously Eli with his career and what they've meant. Brothers Lounge, really appreciate them. And you guys have to check it out. I've been lucky and fortunate to be there a couple times. And obviously Moon Bash, that's where we had it this year. It was fantastic. The 4 different stages, the ability to go around and the amazing staff, the service, the food is fantastic. The drink menu obviously is expansive and just really you gotta check it out. Over on Detroit, 11609 Detroit, right on the border of Cleveland and Lakewood. Just a really good crowd, really good people. The owner, everyone there, just fantastic. Recommend like going and checking it out. Also, again, live music. I mean, it's one of those things where if you can't afford to go to these big concerts at Rocket Arena or whatever it is, and you really want to get more in touch with what we have going on here, locally in Northeast Ohio, and even some people that will come in from out of town and kind of give you a different perspective on listening, whatever it is. It's like weekly. There's always new artists, new acts that are there from all different genres, rock, hip hop, and everything in between. Guys, check it out. Brothers Lounge, again, a proud presenting sponsor of the Inside Edge Network. And if you don't believe me, well, take a look for yourself. Dine, drink, and dance at the premier spot in town. It's time to check out all of what our friends over at the Brothers Lounge have to offer. Everything from weekly live entertainment, a wide variety of different beers, wines, and spirits, and an expertly crafted American fare menu with a twist courtesy of Chef Wynn that'll make your mouth water. So, what are you waiting for? Head over to the Brothers Lounge at 11609 Detroit Road or check out their website, brotherslounge.com, to learn more about what you've been missing out on. Brothers Lounge, proud sponsor of the Inside Edge Network, Cleveland's digital leader. Whether searching for a baseball autograph by your favorite World Series slugger, a signed football by an iconic Hall of Famer, or the jersey of a world-famous soccer star, you've come to the right place. Here at sportsmemorabilia.com, the web's leading source for authentic sports memorabilia, you'll find more than 500,000 authentic products from nearly every professional sports league, team, and players. Not only will you find your next prized sports possession with ease, thanks to superb customer service and tremendous site experience, you'll have satisfaction and peace of mind that every product listed comes complete with a certificate of authenticity and is fully backed by the sportsmemorabilia.com lifetime authenticity guarantee. Check out sportsmemorabilia.com by heading over to the partners page on our website, InsideEdgeNetwork.com. SportsMemorabilia.com, a proud sponsor of the Inside Edge Network, Cleveland's digital leader. Discover our collection of handcrafted body mists made with clean, minimal ingredients. They offer a natural alternative to synthetic fragrances, perfect for sensitive skin and those seeking clean, mindful self-care, and the perfect gift for you and your special someone. Learn more about all Ellie Rose Fragrances has to offer right now by clicking the link on our partner page at InsideEdgeNetwork.com. First-time customers use that promo code InsideEdge20 to receive 20% off your order. EllieRoseFragrances.com, a proud sponsor of the Inside Edge Network, Cleveland's digital leader. Monster Moments Photography is a husband and wife wedding photography team based in Cleveland, owned and operated by Inside Edge Network's very own Ryan Mosser and his wife Hallie. For the past 10 years, they've captured more than 100 weddings across Northeast Ohio and beyond, always working together as a true two-person team. Their style centers on authentic, emotional storytelling, documenting the real moments between two people in love and creating images that feel natural, comfortable, and true to the couple. Rooted in Northeast Ohio, but inspired by their travels, Ryan and Hallie bring a warm, personal approach to every wedding day. Their work blends experience, consistency, and a genuine passion for helping couples relive their best day through timeless photography. Learn more by checking out Monster Moments Photography's link on our partners page at the InsideEdgeNetwork.com website. Monster Moments Photography, a proud sponsor of the Inside Edge Network, Cleveland's digital leader. Find us on InsideEdgeNetwork.com for the latest information on your favorite shows, personalities, and network partners. Plus, we have a merch shop. That's right, we have network polos, t-shirts, champion jackets, hats, and bottles. Rep the network. Every purchase supports independent sports and entertainment media. Thank you for your support from all of us here at the Inside Edge Network, Cleveland's digital leader for news, talk, sports, entertainment, and mental health.
Let's go.
Welcome back to Unfiltered, your destination for all things news, talk, and sports. Don't forget to check out our website, InsideEdgeNetwork.com, to learn more about all of our shows, personalities, and buy some merch too while you're at it.
Welcome back, everybody. Unfiltered with Kyle Cornell here on your Monday, August 10th 2026, the inaugural episode in the evening block here on the Inside Edge Network. So happy you were with us here on the program. Again, a quick reminder, do not forget, follow myself, the Inside Edge Network's unfiltered personality over on the Facebook page, Unfiltered with Kyle Cornell, just like that in the search bar on Facebook. Also, you can see right there, follow us on X if you're watching there. Give us a like and follow. A lot of the times, a lot of the stories we talk about, we share throughout the day, and then we just get more deeper into them when we come here on the program. So again, Unfiltered 216 on X. Make sure you give us a follow there. And check us out over on the Facebook page, Unfiltered with Kyle Cornell. So, President Trump's in the news again. It involves children vaccinations. Let's be honest, guys. He's in the news here, but still, this one hits a little closer to home because I do have an son, so I like to kind of keep in touch base on this kind of thing. President Trump today signing an executive order calling for revamped childhood vaccination or vaccine recommendations that promote his long-held belief that shots should be spaced out into separate medical visits. That according to a White House fact sheet report. The order will recommend administering each vaccine in its own visit and separating the measles, mumps, and rubella vaccine into 3 different shots and direct the nation's health department to improve vaccine research. That's the fact sheet, first reported by the Daily Caller. Separate measles, mumps, and rubella vaccines for children are not available here in the U.S. Public health experts have raised concerns that spacing out shots, as Trump suggests, can lead to an increased risk that children become infected with a vaccine-preventable disease before returning for another visit. Trump has long suspected that the number or timing of vaccines could play a role in autism spectrum disorder, even as scientific consensus and decades of studies have firmly concluded there is no link. Okay. Childhood vaccines and how and when to give them in combination do go through usually rigorous studies, and safety tracking continues for years as the shots are used, except for obviously the COVID vaccine. The news comes as school years are starting around the country. That's right, it's only a few weeks away. And the nation contends with a measles outbreak that experts say could reach or result in the U.S. losing its measles elimination status. So that's the big reason why this is in the news, is because of the measles outbreak that's been happening recently. Ohio has had dozens and dozens of cases, I believe, to this point, with more on the way. Which, if the vaccine is working, then why are measles happening? Now, unless obviously you're not vaccinated and you're an old adult that's getting it. Again, I don't have all the information as far as who is getting the measles with all these outbreaks, but it does beg the question that, and I kind of liken this to almost anything when it comes to what's written or what's in law or what's kind of the normal practice of things. There's always a point in time where you feel like maybe you have to look at some stuff and go, is this the best way forward with it? Is there something different we can do? Is it time to update this? I've made this point multiple times on the show when it comes to, and this is just obviously speaking for just us in Ohio, but like this could be anywhere. Like looking at state constitutions, looking at, revised codes for your state, whatever it is, and going, hey, this was written back in 1974. Does it really apply in 2026? And obviously I've had people tell me, well, that's what your elected representatives are supposed to be doing, looking at that kind of stuff. But unfortunately, like most people, like most kids, our elected officials like to be treated like children and they have to be walked into something so they do it correctly. So that being said, there needs to be committees or someone that's like looking at older statute, revised codes, and also older practices when it comes to national stuff like child vaccinations. Okay, so how can we improve this? Is there a way to? We saw a downtick in something, but we've seen a big uptick in this other thing. Is there a way we can take care of that and not have a drastic side effect that's going to affect the mental and physical health of our kids for generations to come? It's something that Democrats and liberals always talk about, is looking forward to the future. And I think that's not a bad thing. But at the same point, my son's 8 years old now. People are having kids now. People had kids recently and they're considering doing these vaccines and having this stuff. And again, I got the COVID vaccine and I think I just got the COVID. I just got the initial. I didn't get the booster. I just got the one, I believe. I think it was Pfizer. It was the Pfizer. So I think I got the first shot, then I got the follow up shot, and that was it. I never got a booster after. Worked out pretty well for me. I think I had COVID one time, but it wasn't bad. When it comes to this kind of stuff, though, when you're talking about kids, we talk about like young families that are trying to make these decisions. It's got to be based in fact. I mean, that's the biggest issue that a lot of people have with this stance when it comes to autism and vaccines. Like, we need to see proof. It needs to be honest proof. You have to have it. You can't just say, "Well, we know." Like, okay, but like how? So, some secrets you need to protect for whatever reasons, but also, like, if this is a thing and it's really happening, we need to know about it so we don't do and keep making these mistakes. And I know there's the big pharma side of it, and there's all these different things to get into because apparently I'm deciding I'm going to tackle everyone today. Unlike any of the Browns, no, I shouldn't say that. Browns defense is actually probably the best part about the team. But you get my point. Like, at what point do we start actually thinking about each other instead of how much money? And don't get me wrong, I understand it's important. You gotta be able to support your family, all that stuff, earn an income, whatever it is. But like decisions to make sure, I don't know, they don't have a serious disease or illness, just so you can make a few extra bucks. I don't know. So I feel like most people, and I'm not saying they're not, but I feel like it should be one of those priorities or one of those requirements is that people that are in these positions that are in the NIH or whatever it is, or the CDC or whatever it is, like they need to like have families. Like one of the prereqs should be, yes, you have to have at least like 2 kids. So like you know it's going to affect you. You can't be like, oh, I'm 45 and single. I got nothing going on and I have all this money. It's not that big a deal. Like whatever. Like, gotta know. And there's gotta be research. Like it's one thing to just put this out, but like it's gotta be like, hey, we've been doing research on this for a while. We have this. When I have Jake on the show later this week, we're gonna talk about this because he's part of MAHA, Make America Healthy Again, all of that. Like there's been a push for a lot of different health related, improvements, modifications over the past number of years, and this is no different. It really is not. As far as what is the right answer. Sorry, I just saw it. But no, this is it's important. It's important to talk about. It's important to figure out. And I don't want to, again, I'm not one of those people. You guys are going to learn this. If you're watching for the first time, thank you for tuning in. I appreciate it. Obviously, part of the evening block now here on the Inside Edge Network. It's just a great honor to be a part of this and to join here Unfiltered, moving from 5 to 9 now. One thing you're going to learn about me, I don't have political sides. I worked in news for 7+ years. It was my job to be impartial, to be benefit of the doubt, to be facts, all of that, right? It's carried over a little. I obviously have opinions, and believe me, you guys, you're going to hear them. But at the end of the day, with stuff like this, I just need to see proof. That's it. I don't care if he's a Republican or a Democrat or he's a liberal or conservative or he's got this agenda or that agenda. Show me the proof that this needs to change. And if it makes sense, yeah, I'm going to agree with you. I feel like sometimes we just kind of get in our own way because someone belongs to a certain party that we don't agree with 80 or 90% of the time. We automatically just assume they're a piece of shit, they're awful, whatever. They don't know what they're talking about. We heard a clip one time that was like 10 seconds long where they went on a rant or something and we don't like it. Like, it's time to grow up and let's make decisions as adults that will actually benefit our kids. And if this is going to benefit our children, we should be all for it. If getting these separately is going to curb autism, it's going to make a change, great. If it's not, and this is a waste of time and it's hoax chasing, whatever it is, well, then we have to call them out on it too. There's got to be balance. I feel like a lot of people are independents, but they feel pressured to lean one way or the other because they have family or friends or whatever it is. Luckily for me, I don't give a damn who you support, what it is. I'm my own person. I have my own thoughts. I have my own opinions. And I live in the world of common sense a lot. Common sense to you may not be the same as common sense to me, but it's okay to be wrong. Like it's fine. It's a topic definitely worth revisiting, and we will later this week here on Unfiltered on the Inside Edge Network. Final break on the program. When we come back, some news and notes, and kind of gave it away a little bit earlier, but we have a new picture for the unfiltered meme of the week. You just got to see it. So that's coming up next here on the program, all on the Inside Edge Network. We're back after this.
All right. Hope you guys are enjoying your weekend. We are so excited for our new lineup here on the Inside Edge Network beginning this upcoming Monday. Starting with Kyle's show at 9 o'clock, Inside Edge Prime Time at 10, and then my show 11:30 to 1 a.m., 90 minutes, a midnight run. And it's going to be big because on the very first show, we've been talking about the QB list, the QB tiers list. Well, the man who did the research, the man who got the executives, the head coaches, the coordinators, the GMs all together, Mike Sando of The Athletic, will join me this Monday on Midnight Run beginning at 11:30. You do not want to miss early start time on the Inside Edge Network. We have so many things to catch up on. But again, hope you guys have a great weekend. And we'll see you this upcoming Monday, new start time, 11:30, right here on Midnight Run on the Inside Edge Network.
Welcome back to Unfiltered with Kyle Cornell, right here on Cleveland's digital leader for news, talk, sports, entertainment, and mental health, the Inside Edge Network.
The crazy part in doing this now and moving into nights was I wanted to rebrand a little bit. Obviously, the same message, the same mindset, news, talk, sports. We're the only show on the Inside Edge Network that does really hit on the news side of things, as well as we do some sports, whatever it is, topics, whatever. And if you ever have any comments, anything, whatever, feel free to shoot into the comment section. We'll read that for you here on the program. But I got a little creative with the rejoinders, let's just say a little bit. It was fun doing that. It's been a little while, to say the least. But really happy from the 5 p.m. spot. We had a great following there. Now moving into this spot, really honing in. And if you watched at 5, now you're watching at 9, thanks for making the jump over. You're not going to regret it. It's a great time over here on the Inside Edge Network. Okay, so news and notes. These two gentlemen in the news today for a really unfortunate reason. They have pled guilty. That's right, 2 former Canton police officers pleading guilty in connection to the death of Frank Tyson. This happened back in April of 2024. He was in police custody. They pled guilty this afternoon. Officers Bo Schoenig and Camden Birch indicted on the charge of reckless homicide. Birch pleaded guilty to the reduced charge of failure to report a crime, which is a misdemeanor. As part of the deal, Birch needs to retire immediately as an officer. Birch faces 30 days in prison. Schoenig also pled guilty to the reduced charge of dereliction of duty, a second-degree misdemeanor. He also resigned immediately. Schoenig faces 90 days in prison. Sentencing for both will happen at a later date. In December of 2025, Marion County Prosecutor Ray Grogan was approved to handle the case and did so with all of that. So that coming down the pike. And again, it's one of those things where I talk about it, and I love law enforcement. There's always going to be a few bad apples in almost any sort of profession you do. Unfortunately, in this case, it was in law enforcement and justice, hopefully, getting served not only for the families, but for the victim as well. There was a situation over in Paynesville today. Hazmat getting called to the scene. Doesn't look like it. Just looks like maybe there's some fire trucks and all that stuff. But no, they were there. Trust me. They went to a Paynesville molding company for a drum that was overpressurized. Yeah, comprised of several Ashtabula County Fire Department, responding to that molding company on Renaissance Parkway this morning. That's from the Paynesville Fire Department. Fire departments from Painesville Township, Concord, and Fairport Harbor all responded to the scene at Marbal Incorporated around 11:30 for a drum that was overpressurized and smoking due to a chemical reaction. All of its employees were safely evacuated. The fire department saying no harmful chemicals were released into the environment and there were no injuries. This coming off the heels of that Royal Chemical fire, or I should say that leak, that issue down in the Akron-Canton area just last week. So now, within a matter of a couple days, a couple of these issues popping up here in Northeast Ohio. So is it a coincidence? Do things happen in threes? It's one of those things where it's definitely been on the minds of people today. And Roblox, they're in the news. Not good. Not good for them at all. They are getting sued by the state of Ohio. Isn't that lovely? I'm sure my son's going to love that. They've been the subject of many lawsuits in recent years, obviously, most related to harm and potential harm caused to minors through its failures to protect kids from the online predators. A new suit filed by Ohio Attorney General Andy Wilson is on behalf of Ohio pensioners. Wilson is seeking lead plaintiff status in a securities class action lawsuit accusing the video game developer of misleading investors about child safety protections on its digital platform. Quote, Roblox lied to investors and failed to protect children from online predators. Wilson said in releasing the announcing that suit, we're taking action to recover millions in lost pension funds and to make it clear that tech companies must be held accountable when they put kids in harm's way. The Attorney General's office Friday filing a motion to lead the case on behalf of the Ohio Public Employees Retirement System and the State Teachers Retirement System of Ohio. The lawsuit alleges that Roblox, headquartered in San Mateo, California, falsely portrayed its platform as a safe space for children while failing to implement basic protections against online predators. The alleged deception fueled billions in losses for investors, including a combined $21.5 million for OPERS and STRS from October of 2024 till April of this year. Over the last year, the company's stock has plummeted from a 52-week high of $142 a share to its closing today at $37.05. Yikes. That's resulting in losses to the company's overall value in the tens of billions. Yeah. And the co-director of Case Western's Business Law Center, Eric Shafi, talking to News 5 Cleveland, saying it's a bit of a novel case. The reason why the Attorney General is alleging what the Attorney General is alleging is because essentially the view is these various state agencies, state organizations were misled when they were purchasing securities, when they were purchasing business investments. You know, as again, as a parent, I know obviously Chad can probably relate to this too when they pop on here in a few minutes, but when you got the kiddos involved in any sort of these situations, it kind of turns you a little bit. You're like, it's not great. And my son loves Roblox. Like we play Minecraft together. That's our thing on a closed server. But he enjoys this. He enjoys playing this game. And I've had some doubts. He told me he was talking to somebody at one point, and I'm like, I'd ask his mom. And it turns out it is actually a friend they know from our days back in North Dakota, who I guess also just plays Roblox. I don't know, sure. But we know her. That stuff. It's cool. It's all good. But it was wild, to say the least. Seeing this now, it's multi-state, and you guys, again, you heard the stocks. I mean, they're going down big time. So that means buy more Mojang stock. Is that a thing? I don't know. Get more into Minecraft. It's better anyway, to be honest. All right, guys, it's coming up here in the last segment of the program. That means it is time for the Unfiltered Meme of the Week picture reveal. So what I want to do, if it's possible, and this is going to be the first time I've had to bring two people, I want to see if I can bring Eli and Chad in to the other broadcast here. I'm gonna. This is going to be funny. Come on.
Oh, I'm here.
I'm gonna add
I'm
Chad.
here. Oh shoot. Oh shoot.
This is going to be freaking weird. All right,
Well,
hold on. How am I going to do this?
Let's try this one. Let's try this. Boom, that one.
Oh,
no.
I may have switched it. I'm like lagging 3 seconds behind on my laptop because it was made in the dinosaur age. Awesome. Well, hey guys.
Hey.
It's me. Yeah,
What's up,
I'm the
dude?
problem. It's me. No, I'm happy to be here. In the evening block, I'm taking over the hour before you, so I appreciate you guys, giving me the courtesy and letting me do that.
Absolutely, absolutely.
I found something special that I wanted to show you guys because this meme of the week. Now, if you watch the Side Hustle Wrestling podcast, I shit on Pete all the time. All right, like it's old. He was, he's walking the 40 years in the desert with Moses. Like he's been around everywhere, right? He's done the whole game. But I found a spurly, fiery Pete in our picture for our meme of the week reveal. Look at that young man.
Wow.
Tell you what, you need some hitting. You're under 500 right now, and it's the catacombs of the season. Turn to Peter Tellep.
I mean,
my goodness, look at that guy. Look at the batting stance. I mean, the elbow probably should be up a little bit, but that's fine. I mean, he's ready to go, man. Look at him.
I mean, my goodness. I think when you think of the 90s lineups, you think of Lindor, or excuse me, you think of Tomei, you think of Vizquel, you think of, I mean, in the 2010s, you think of Lindor. I mean, Pete would have fit in with all the greats, man. Like, if even at the 2010s, but this reminds me like the 90s, Kyle. This is like that Tomei. Like, he would fit right in 270 or higher, I think, out of Pete.
Tell you, I am kind of surprised it's not a Cleveland Spiders helmet, to be honest with you.
Yes.
But considering the age and how old he is in this picture, Chad, thoughts? Oh, Chad's muted. Does he have to unmute himself?
Yeah, Chad. I think he has to unmute himself.
There you go.
I don't know how this is my first time on air. I didn't know what I was doing. No, all I can see is George Costanza right now. I see George Costanza in the cage talking to Jeter and telling him, tell him what's up, man. Give him some hitting tips, right? I mean, it's got George
awesome.
Costanza written all over it.
Dude, it's awesome. I found that picture. Listen, I'm guilty of doing deep dives on people's social medias to find shit. And that picture is like, Eli, you're correct. It's from like the 90s, maybe early 2000s. Like it's
Yeah. He'd fit in, like I said, he'd fit in perfectly if he was just hitting 270 or above in the 90s. And if not, I think anything he would have given us in that Lindor, Ramirez early days, we would take, Kyle. We would take.
Just so please hit with runners in scoring position. That's all we need.
If he's hitting 270, you put him in that 4 spot, he's going to deliver.
Yes.
At least
12,
today's day.
home runs a year. Yeah, it's fine.
Can I tell you guys, I found a different picture that I didn't put on because I was a little nervous. I found a wedding picture for Pete. Now it's 10 years old. I know he's been married twice. I didn't want to take a chance.
Oh, yeah. I get it.
Yeah, good call,
throw that up. I saved it for future use. If he pisses me off, whatever it is, he's just the owner of the company. It doesn't matter. He can eat a dick. But like,
it'll be fine. SAA, that's how you end up married. You got to be careful with that one.
Yeah.
Listen, I've been there, literally.
Err on the side of caution.
Yeah.
Hey,
well, guys. I mean, I think that's going to do it for me. I appreciate you popping in here at the end to see it. We're going to have that obviously posted on our socials, Unfiltered with Kyle Cornell on Facebook, Unfiltered 216 over on the X. First show in the books here in the evening. It was a pleasure doing all this.
Yeah.
Hey, before I go, guys, I want to let you know, you two specifically, you always belong. You matter. You're worth it. You're doing great. You're loved. You can do anything. You have a voice, and I believe in you. And I believe that you two are going to rock this next hour and a half. Double A is going to sleepwalk in and do his hour and a half afterwards. So,
or are we doing a show now? Oh, okay. Yeah, I guess I'm
here. It's 10 o'clock. I guess if I'm the programmer or the assistant program director, like going all the way to the left, I probably should get the fuck out of here. That's 3. There you go. Over. Hope you took it, Papa Moon.
We
Good
hit
job.
the over. That's right. Hey, Papa Moon and I were counting. A fantastic job by one Mr. Kyle Cornell. We appreciate you. We're going to do the old switcherooski here. Get Kyle on out here. You'll see him tomorrow at 9 p.m. Kyle, we will see you then. Appreciate you. Get some good sleep. And we're keeping tabs on the Yankees, all right? Look, us Guardians, we aren't out of it yet. So we'll keep an eye on all that.
Us Yankees, we're actually in it.
Yes. Well, whatever. Kyle Cornell, everybody on Filter. We'll be back tomorrow, 9 p.m. Kyle, we appreciate you. And all right, we're going to do a little switcherooski here. Hey. We, of course, cannot get the day or the evening started for prime time. Well, first off, without Chad Ryan on the screen, let's get him back. Jeez almighty. And then it's like you didn't see either one of us here. We're going to switch it back one more time because I don't know what's happening. Here's what's going to happen. We have the intro of prime time, and then we're with you here from 10 p.m. to 11:30, starting right now.
Fanatics isn't just our name, it's who we are. Loyal, passionate fans dedicated to our favorite teams and to the sports we love. That's why we're honored to be able to offer fans the world's largest collection of official sports apparel and sports jerseys from all the leagues, teams, and players you love. We feature a wide selection of gear from every league, including NFL, MLB, NBA, NHL, and NCAA merchandise, which allows us to serve fans of football, baseball, hockey, basketball, lacrosse, soccer, golf, and everything else that gets your heart pumping. Go to fanatics.com by using the QR code on your screen right now to celebrate your teams.
And welcome in, everybody, to another episode of Inside Edge Primetime here on the Inside Edge Network. Chad Bryan to my right, your right, everybody's right. I'm Eli Moon. We are back in the saddle on the saddle. Saddle of Jason here with you for the next hour and a half. We obviously have a new evening stream. As you saw, Kyle Cornell joining the evening stream at 9 o'clock. So we are excited to get after that. And, of course, goes into us 10 to 11:30, and then midnight run 11:30 to 1. Of course, Autumn Chisholm on vacation with the Daily Spiral will be back next week for 8 o'clock start. So we'll get 5 hours of live programming. But tonight, still a jam-packed evening. We appreciate you all being with us. Of course, if you haven't been with us before, hello, welcome in. If you have been with us, welcome back. Make sure you like, subscribe, follow at Inside Edge Net on all the socials. Make sure you smash that notification bell so you know when we're going live. That's Inside Edge Net across all the socials for daily shows for you. And now they're in unison, all in one. You have Autumn leading in with the Daily Spiral, so you get your entertainment and your pop culture. And you get Kyle. Of course, you just saw Kyle for the last hour. Your news, your Cleveland, your community. And then, of course, he loves to have some fun poking at the Inside Edge Network peeps from time to time. And like we mentioned just in the last few minutes, Pete looks great, the owner of the Inside Edge Network. I mean, really fits in, I think, in that 90s lineup. And you can see it's been a crazy week because I was sitting there mentioning Francisco Lindor. If he was in the 90s, I think we'd even have a crazier lineup. But nonetheless, Pete would fit right in with the Guardians greats, the Indians greats of the past. And you can check out all what Kyle has to talk about, of course, from 9 to 10. 10 to 11:30, we got Chad and I. We have an extra half hour to be absolutely loosey-goosey and talk about whatever we want to talk about in the next half hour that we get. And then Double A gets an extra half hour, 11:30 to 1 a.m. If you missed Double A Anthony Alford's interview with the Athletics' Mike Sando earlier today, it was at 6:30. You will hear that again tonight, and we are aiming, I believe, for 11:45 p.m. And I'm sure Double A's listening, so if he hears it and says wrong time, Eli, he'll sound the buzzer and I'll answer the right time. But 11:45 p.m., we are aiming for that. All in this stream. A lot of great stuff Double A talked with Mike about when it comes to the Browns quarterback situation and other quarterbacks around the league. Check all that out Monday through Friday, this evening stream, all for you. One stream, once you enter, it's 4 shows, 5 hours, one stream phenomenon. That's where we're at, Chad. Make sure you go.
It's growing.
It's growing.
It's growing. Yes.
Yes. InsideEdgeNetwork.com is where you're going to want to go as well. Read about all your favorite personalities. As I mentioned, daily lineup. Of course, you have our weekly programming, Real Talk with Pop Moon, Saturdays at 5 p.m. Read about him. Read about Ryan Moss or Kevin Arnold, the voice of the land. TK Dandridge, Chad Bryan, Legal Formation. Has some things going on today. We were wishing TK well. He should be back next week for Legal Formation. And then, of course, main event, Robert Zicki, Anthony Alford, and myself. Read about all the personalities. Check out our partners page. Going to do without them. Of course, Brothers Lounge. We have the Brothers Lounge. We have Fanatics.com. We have W Energy, Mosser Moments, SportsMemorabilia.com. Omega Video Marketing, and W Energy. We cannot do without all of our partners. Appreciate them so much. And, of course, appreciate you. So go to the merchandise store, grab a shirt, a hat, a mug, a polo, a windbreaker. Rep Cleveland's digital leader and your source for sports, entertainment, mental health conversations, news, and everything in between. And we're on Roku. So cool over the weekend talking to some people that have said they've checked us out already on Roku and been there for a few months now. It's very cool. So make sure you take us on the go wherever you want to go. Inside Edge Network app on Roku. All right. We are all settled in here, and usually we'd be 6 minutes in, and Chad and I would be like, well, we got about 50 minutes left. But we still have over an hour with you, and we got so much to talk about. Later on in the show, we'll talk the Guardians. They're in a 4-team AL Central race, something we didn't really imagine back in May or June, but yet here we are. Later on, we'll also discuss the NFL Hall of Fame. Chad and I were discussing not only this class, but starting to look ahead to 2027. We were going to do that a little bit last night on Main Event. Didn't get to it. Chad and I will visit that later on. And of course, so much more to get after it. But we begin with America's team. I'm not talking the Dallas Cowboys. I'm talking right here in the heartland of the Midwest, the Cleveland Browns. Now, if you haven't been following and you're in a different state and you're like, why should I invest in the Browns quarterback situation? Well, that's a great question. We're trying to figure out the same reason here in Cleveland. But Chad, we've had some interesting things going on here. Of course, we had the earlier on voluntary mini camp. Shedeur Sanders, first one in, last one out, looking a lot better. A lot of good stuff coming out. The Todd Monken, connection of him wanting to draft him in Baltimore.
Yeah.
There's a lot of good connection there. And then also you have, of course, the training camp stuff now where Shedeur's looked better at times. And then he's had his moments where he hasn't looked maybe as sharp. And I understand that he's a second-year pro, started less than half of the games, if I'm not mistaken, last year. So looking at all that. And then you look at Deshaun Watson. Deshaun Watson, of course, the guy with a laundry list of off-the-field problems, has not played a full season of football in about 7 years, if not 8 years in the NFL. We are looking at a guy that last time he was relevant was in a Houston Texans uniform. However, new coach in Todd Monken, and there is times where he has had his days, according to the media there, the Browns reporters. Chad, it's just a lot to break down. Saturday was the biggest kind of wrinkle thrown into this training camp battle because the expectation was Shedeur Sanders would play with the ones. He would start with the ones, get those reps, and then things kind of changed. Deshaun Watson was out there, was told through reports that, hey, during warmups, you're going to get the reps with the ones. Later out, it kind of came that Todd Monken said, hey, this is what happened. They told me Shedeur had more reps going in, so this is how he did it. And we'll hear from Todd Monken from earlier in camp in just a moment, but I want to open the floor to you. I don't know. Usually we start with how are you, but I've been so frustrated the last 24 hours about this. What are your thoughts on this Browns quarterback battle? Because it just appears like it's taking away from other shining moments. AA has talked about how the roster seems ready to at least compete for being in the hunt and maybe being a dark horse to get into the playoffs. But the quarterback just seems to be the biggest issue. What are your thoughts so far as we are days away from preseason week 1?
Well, I mean, I think that any new head coach or any head coach here in Cleveland, first of all, it's baptism by fire, right? You have to have some kind of a quarterback controversy or some kind of a situation going on with that position here. I mean, we're on 42 starting quarterbacks now since 1999, so 42 and counting. You never know. Taylor Green might get a start this year, but see, I if things go as planned, we'll stay with 42. We'll be on 42 all year. Because you would think one of those three guys ahead of Taylor Green would get all the starts this year at some point. Don't know who yet, but yeah, I don't know. Maybe there's a method to Todd Monken's madness here. Maybe, we don't have any rookies that are in the mix right now to start at quarterback. I know Taylor Green's a rookie, but I mean, he's going to be a practice squad guy. He's a project. We know that at quarterback. We know that. Maybe some of this quarterback stuff, maybe the misdirection, listen, could be totally unintentional, right? Or maybe it's to kind of take some of the heat off of where all the other, you've got rookie receivers, you've got guys that are, a brand new offensive line. There's a lot of struggle there, right? With trying to get everybody on the same page. Maybe putting the onus back on the quarterback position takes some of the heat off of those guys and kind of allows them to settle into roles where, you have to build from the inside out, right? Which means the offensive, defensive lines. Maybe it's just kind of taking some of the heat off of that. So, hey, we don't notice. Hey, look at this brand new line. And we got 5 guys going 5 different directions on, they're not picking up zone blocking schemes well, or not doing this. Everybody is watching the quarterbacks, right? Maybe Monken feels like, hey, yeah, I've got Shedeur Sanders. I've got a veteran, Deshaun Watson. I've got a couple of guys who seem to know what they're doing. Dylan Gabriel, whatever, Gooing, that's fine. Dylan Gabriel's taking some reps. He's looking better, from all accounts. Well, not all accounts, because there are different accounts, strangely, in Cleveland sports media, which, whatever. Maybe there's a bias or two here and there, but that's fine. So maybe it's just, and I again, just a thought, not an indictment of what Monken is actually doing, but maybe it's to take some of the heat off of some of these rookie battles. So these guys can just kind of fly under the radar and get eased into, whatever. Denzel Boston's looking like he might be, at some point in the future, a legitimate number 1 wide receiver in this league, right? We hear that. It sounds like they're going to move Casey Concepcion into the slot. Maybe move Jerry Jeudy around. Maybe there's some creativity that's going on there that he just wants everybody misdirected over here looking at the quarterbacks while they do this over there with the rest of the offense and get everybody on the same page. Who knows? I mean, like I said, maybe there's a method to his madness there. I don't know, Eli.
Yeah, but you run a risk there, and a good point there, Chevy. But you run a risk there for Todd Monken because you can say, okay, we're going to build around the rest of the offense, and if the quarterback doesn't work out, well, then we'll just slot one in 2027. whether via the draft, which appears most likely if they are going to look next year, because free agency wise, there isn't a lot of guys that the Browns are going to want to bring in terms of whether it's the desire to bring them in or the contract that they would be asking for. I mean, the Browns are going to be fresh off for the first time in 6 or 7 years that they haven't had a ginormous contract in that quarterback room, because if they do move on from Deshaun Watson in 2027, they don't have that looming $230 million contract that they signed, and inked with him 6 years ago. They don't have that over their head anymore. They are able to kind of move around a little bit more freely offensively and for the whole team in terms of how to acquire different pieces. At that point, depending on who's in the room, but you would assume in 2027, one of Dillon Gabriel and Shedeur Sanders is going to be in that room. I think Gabriel is more likely if Sanders doesn't get starting time, a substantial starting time this year. I think Dillon Gabriel might be able to be that guy that is a backup, or somebody that you can have in that room that, it's been mentioned before from Tony Grossi on ESPN Cleveland that, Gabriel doesn't really fight back in terms of like, there's no kickback or anything like that, whatever. So if that's a guy that you feel like in the organization can stay here, sure. But all I'm saying is there'll be less money invested in the quarterback room. And I think the Browns are going to have a little bit of cold feet to go dive back in free agency wise, which means it's going to be the draft. And all of that to be said, you could really botch this draft class. The Browns, for the first time, invested heavy in wide receiver. And the last time I can really remember them doing this was Corey Coleman back in 2016 when they took him in the first round. Yeah. And then, of course, they doubled down, I think, a little bit later. I believe, if I'm not mistaken, that same draft, Rashard Higgins, or he may have been, I'm just double checking. I know Hollywood was in that midst of from 16 to 18. But the Browns, my point is, they didn't invest heavy into the wide receiver room until really this year. They drafted Casey Concepcion in the first round, and then their third pick in the entire draft early in the second round was Denzel Boston. My fear, Chad, is you have Fannin, you have Judkins, who they invested in, and I believe are very integral parts of the offense. And now you have Concepcion and Boston, guys that could be, like you said, guys for the future that we could be excited about at receiver. My fear is that you have the quarterback room so in flux right now that it could damage the growth. And we've talked about that here on Prime Time, but you could damage the growth, not only of these young guys, of the rookies, Boston and Concepcion, but we have hopes here, and I've been strongly, opinionated in terms of Harold Fannin will make that jump to a top 5 tight end this year. He will make that discussion point very early on, I believe. He has the capabilities of doing so. But if you're playing a juggling game between Watson and Sanders, and we'll entertain it since he has getting more and more reps, Dillon Gabriel. But if you're playing this juggling game of who's going to play quarterback, that's a problem. And then the other thing is, and I'll hand it back to you, Chad B. The other thing is, and I mentioned this on Main Event yesterday, if you're going to play one of these quarterbacks, you better be certain that they can at least go out and play 8 to 9 games. Because the last thing you want is, okay, let's say it's Watson. He has the track, the inside track, and then I'm going to hand it back to you, and we'll hear from Monken in just a moment from what his thoughts are on this camp. But my worries are, you put Watson out there. He goes out for their first 5 or 6 games. They go 1-5 or 0-6. Yeah. Like, let's call a spade because it hasn't been very promising under the Watson era. And I know it's a new coach, but that's where we're at in terms of track history. My fear is you do that, and then you enter in a Shedeur Sanders or Dillon Gabriel just for entertaining the conversation. But more likely Sanders, that is not really an ideal situation. That is now back-to-back years you're putting him in not ideal situations where, okay, even if you look good, fans in the front office are going to have this mindset, well, we are still losing. We are a losing franchise because he inherited whatever Watson does in the first 5 to 6 weeks. That's why I think it's so important the Browns just go, this is our guy. We're going to run till the wheels fall off till the end of this year, and then we either know what we're going to do. And the fearsome thing, it was brought up on Main Event yesterday, is sign Deshaun Watson to another extension. Of course, you have Shedeur Sanders factor if he's in here, or 27. But, Chad, I'm not going to lie to you, bud. I started looking early this morning on some 2027 draft prospects. I hate to do that. The season hasn't even started, but it just feels like this is where we're at. The talks of this quarterback class being so strong and the fact that our quarterback room is in such a state of flux. Yeah. That's what concerns me.
Yeah. No, I mean, it's almost like the state of flux is the constant. So that almost makes it, I don't want to say comfortable because you don't want your quarterback room to be in a state of flux, but it's normal. And I will say the 2016 draft, by the way, the Browns took 4 wide receivers. They took Corey Coleman, Ricardo Lewis, Jordan Payton, and Rashard Higgins that year. So you were correct about Rashard Higgins. But yeah, they went all in on the wide receiver position all the way through the 5th round. So, yeah, you don't want your quarterback room to be in a state of flux ever, really. And you also want to be careful with the word flux, because I almost said that very wrongly.
Well, we got the dump button. So we're good.
Well, the Stream Deck's off. There's nothing.
Oh, okay. Well, there we go.
Black right now. I got nothing. Can't even fix my own mistakes. But yeah, no, I think that, yeah, you want something to be settled. What that is, it's Cleveland. We don't know. No, as you were talking, I was just thinking, like, what happens, right? If Kevin Stefanski goes down to Atlanta and the offense there just flourishes by like week 3 or 4, right? And then all the things that we said about Kevin Stefanski over the last 5 to 6 seasons, as they've, the Browns took steps backwards over the last 5 to 6 years. All those things. Now we're going to second guess. Like, is it just Berea? I mean, is Berea the only place in the NFL world? And no, because there are other teams that haven't figured out the quarterback position either. But it just feels like, okay, I guess no matter what happens, there's this. At least the starting offensive line has heard the cadence of whoever is going to be playing at quarterback. There's at least that this year.
Right.
And that's not an opinion, right? We heard offensive linemen on this team last year say, hey, I mean, when Shedeur got thrown in there after Dylan Gabriel got hurt, it's the first time we had heard his cadence. We didn't even,
right.
We had never taken snaps with him. We didn't know
what
it was like. To me, that's unacceptable. Like that was enough at that point. That's when I kind of turned the page on Kevin Stefanski and said, okay, he's got to be. You can't have a quarterback on the sideline that you can put in a game that hasn't ever worked with the ones ever in the same building on the same field. That's unacceptable. So, but then, like I said, what do we do? What do we think if he goes to Atlanta? The offense there flourishes, and we're still stuck in the mud, starting 3 quarterbacks. You know the old adage, right? If you've got 2 quarterbacks, you don't have one. So I don't know. I mean, I don't envy whoever has to make this decision, because you're going to have it's polarizing. The quarterback position in Cleveland has become so polarizing, and now it's even more polarizing, right? Most of it's due to off the field stuff. It doesn't even have anything to do with play on the field, but it's very, very polarizing. Todd Monken's he's in for it, man. He's gonna piss somebody off, and it's gonna be like 55-45 right away before we even get started in week 1. And people are gonna read a lot into who starts this first preseason game, by the way.
1,000%. And ultimately it just comes down to, you have to, if you're a Browns fan, either one of 2 things. You either have to believe that Todd Monken is the offensive guru that he was in Baltimore and throughout his career and can do the same here in Cleveland.
Yeah.
Or you're already a little fed up with them based off of some of the things that have gone on throughout camp. Yeah. And obviously there's some people that are frustrated one way or the other, either frustrated or have, the opposite opinion where it's like, yeah, Todd Monken, say it with your chest. And what we're referring to is this clip we'll play here right now from Twitter for Roberto Shenanigans, who has a lot of clips and definitely speaks his mind on Twitter, and we appreciate the clip. This is from training camp and the Browns earlier today. This is Todd Monken talking about the change, and we alluded to it earlier here in the segment about Todd Monken. Saturday, the expectation was Shedeur Sanders gets the reps with the ones. He's going to start with the ones. It's his day. Then reports are that during warmups, that hey, Monken told Watson, you're going to get the ones, because he was informed that Shedeur had more reps with the ones, and he wants to keep it as fair as possible. And he has some other thoughts as well. Take a listen here. This is courtesy of Roberto Shenanigans at the Cleveland Browns training camp. Todd Monken talking about what the hell went on Saturday.
Todd, what was the reason for the change in plans with quarterback?
It really was Shedeur on Saturday took the ones in the walk. So I anticipated him being with the ones. When I walked out, guys grabbed me and said, hey, the last couple days we've been kind of looking at it. Shedeur's got a few more reps with the ones. That's all it was. I wasn't even at the moment. I was like, yeah, sure, we'll flip it, and then next week we'll go the other way. I sure as hell wasn't thinking about coming back in here and telling all you guys that I was going to change my mind, because I really don't have to. And so that's just the way, being the head coach, I can kind of do that. Ultimately, Shedeur's going to go today with the ones, unless on the way out I change my mind, and then he won't. Okay.
Here's my thing, and this is where we may differ, and we don't differ a lot on things.
Mhm.
Todd Monken, and Double A alluded to this yesterday at main event, could run into some hot water here. Not right this moment,
Mhm.
but as a coach, you are trusted to deliver on your word. Now, I'm not saying you have to tell the Cleveland media everything, but if you tell the media something and then you don't do it, it's like anything. If you tell your parents when you're growing up, yes, I'll get the dishes. I got you, Mom. I'll get the dishes and I'll get the trash. And your mom comes home from work and you haven't done the dishes and you haven't done the trash, and your answer is, well, it was a change of plans. I don't have to answer to you. Obviously, that's a little more extreme than where we're at with the Cleveland media and Todd Monken, because, Mama Moon would not be happy with that answer, and I'd never give her that answer. But
that horrible flat. I was like, no, I wouldn't. Why would I? No, I just had
change of plans, Mom.
Yeah.
Yeah.
No.
Change of plans, Mom. Nobody's doing okay. But it does. I understand, and maybe you differ a little bit, and that's okay. But maybe you differ where it comes to Monken and in his stance here. I've enjoyed a lot of his statements and how he stood on his basically 10 toes. He stood his ground. He stood on business. I just fear that this could be a dangerous start, because if you're already mixing signals about what's going on at training camp, in, again, the most important position we've talked about in Cleveland, at least for the Browns, which is the quarterback room, then it's already going to raise some mixed signals and some red flags from media members and fans. Let's be very real. There was a lot of fans who were frustrated with Hugh Jackson after every game. I got to watch the film, and, we're going to watch the film, and the film's going to show us what the film would show us, so that when we watch the film, we are filming. So, that's what we had with Hugh Jackson. Then, of course, Kevin Stefanski regurgitated week after week. Now, Monken runs it a little differently, where he speaks his mind, but that could, again, speak your mind, but be careful, because you go on a 7-8 game losing streak, you're not going to have as much grace as you did in January when you were coming in with the one-liners. That's my only fear with it, Chad, is with training camp, if you can't already stick to a plan, my concern is, one, you're going to be a hot button coach where something happens in the season and you make a knee-jerk reaction, which isn't good. And two, again, the credibility. As a head coach, when you stand up in front of the podium, you're not only speaking to the media, you're not only speaking to the fans, you're speaking to the players. Now, you'd hope that he had a conversation with Shador and some of these other guys, but you are the leader of that franchise. And we have seen in times before that coaches have said stuff that players had no clue until they heard it at the podium. So that's where I fear it could become a problem.
I see your point. I think I disagree just in the fact that I think, as the kids say, there's layers to this, right? I think if Todd Monken came out and said, "Hey, listen, we have zero plans. Taylor Green is the fourth string quarterback, right? He's not going to see the field today," and then you see him taking reps with the ones. That would be puzzling. That would feel like an intentional misdirection or a complete slip up. I think just saying, "Hey, today's Shador's day," and then a coach goes, "Well, actually, we're caught up on the week, between one. So today's actually Deshaun's day. Yeah, whatever. I just got a sweet haircut. I'm not going in there. I'm not going to talk to me. Whatever. I got a thing going on." I think it's not as important as saying that we need to work on fundamental tackling or something, and then seeing them go out and playing like dodgeball or something, on the field. Sure. It's just not as big of a slip up to me. It doesn't seem like a simple confusion, just training camp stuff. I don't think it's that big of a deal. You could say, yeah, how could the head coach be confused? But I would be a lot more concerned if he were confused about, some part of the offense that they were implementing rather than who's gotten the most reps at the ones this week. I get it. So many things on his mind right now that's just not as big of a deal as some other things, I guess, in my mind. It was funny you mentioned Hugh Jackson as I'm sitting here looking at Cody Kessler's name in that 2016 draft. So
yeah, and I'll look, we were talking Cody Kessler the other day. I think over the weekend we were talking Cody Kessler, and you had some things to say, and I had to defend him for just a moment. Never thought I'd find myself in 2026 defending Cody Kessler. That is multi-year starter at USC, Cody Kessler.
Why did I think he played like 12 games at USC? He was a 3-year starter. I mean, that's what happens. It happens on the West Coast sometimes. It's like it doesn't happen.
Hey, you know what? But hey, we had to adapt a little bit now with the Big Ten. We'll talk college football probably tomorrow. There's a slate full of stuff tonight, but we'll talk college football tomorrow. West Coast now with Oregon and everything else. Washington kind of had to adapt a little bit. But back to the Browns for just a moment. Okay, maybe it's not an issue to you right now. I get that. And that's where we differ, and that's okay. We differ from time to time.
But
what I'll ask you though is, let's say we go to week 1 of the preseason. There we go. And let's say before the game, let's say Thursday or Friday this week, Todd Monken comes out and says, Shedeur Sanders is going to start. Let's use the same name that he used for what got him in a little bit of hot water today with the media. Yeah. Shedeur Sanders is going to start preseason week 1. And we're like, okay, and we're planning. Here we are on the network, and we're talking about this could be an opportunity for Shedeur. And then here we go, and we get to Saturday, and here comes number 4, and he trots out there with the first team offense, and he runs the first quarter or first 3-4 drives. How would you feel then? Of course, that's a hypothetical, but if that kind of continues on and it becomes Monken just trying to throw the media off, I feel like that's a dangerous game. I don't think it's necessarily going to turn into that. But as a Browns fan, I have the porcupine spikes up, and I stay on defense mode all the time because we've seen coaches do some of the most irrational things here. And for a guy that this is his only shot, I don't think getting into a war of words with the media is necessarily the best thing. Well, I don't have to tell you guys that. That's okay. But now you have essentially invited the vultures in. And what I mean by that, of course, there's a lot of great reporters in Cleveland. There's also that reporters that are going to pry and try to find a way to get into the skinny of what's going on in that Browns locker room. And Todd Monken has officially welcomed in all of that by doing this past weekend, I guess is where my point is. And I just fear if he tries to do it as like a ha-ha moment throughout the year, you see it in different cities with teams that win. Philadelphia, Nick Sirianni in the media. You've seen it with other coaches. Belichick not really giving anything to his own media there in New England for years. Mike Tomlin straight to the point. But Todd Monken hasn't earned that. And that's where we have to put it too. We're excited for him. I'm excited. I want to see what his offense looks like. But let's also remember, I think maybe I'm the only one in this mindset, that he is on a time clock. The Browns have, 3 years? This season, next season, and the year after. And then they're in the dome is the expectation. The Browns want to have a winning product. And you can't really go into 2028 being like, well, let's figure it out this year. And then 29, we should be all right again. They want to have it situated to where 2028, they're knocking on the door, crazy or not, for a Super Bowl or at least an AFC Conference Championship. So when they go in the dome, they have a reputation for turning it around already. Yeah. So I guess I just fear of things that have gotten in the way of coaches in the past, which is a war of words to the media, playing games with the quarterback room. And I don't know. That's why ultimately, and I said at the beginning of the segment, my final point on this, I'll hand it off to you and then we'll go to break. My final point on this is, it seems like, without them saying it, the Browns are just going to see just what juice they can get out of Deshaun Watson. And if it doesn't work, which, spoiler alert, it probably won't, then they're probably going towards 2027. Reminder, they have those 2 first-rounders, Chad, in 2027, so they can package up to get to the prime position they want to get their guy. And it appears that's where they're heading based off of what we've seen thus far. Because if it was obvious as they're going to give Shedeur a run with the ones and he's the guy, what hasn't been as obvious. So that's where my head's at. So far, we haven't even played any games. Welcome to Cleveland, Ohio, and welcome to Brown football.
We're already speculating about when that coach is going to be fired. It's great. So I love being a Cleveland fan. No, I think whatever he says to the media is fine. I think whatever, as long as he's being honest and truthful within that locker room, and when it's the cameras are away and the peering eyes aren't trying to figure out what's going on. As long as he's being honest with the quarterbacks, I think that's all that matters. As long as they know what's going on, it would be insane if he told the media and everyone all week that Shedeur Sanders is going to be the starter. And then I guess whatever he's a vet, it's not like he's had a ton of great football over the last 8 years, like you said, 7-8 years. It would be crazy though, last second to go, hey, you know what? Deshaun, once we're starting sweet haircut, get out there. That would be crazy, right? Like you wouldn't do that to the players. So I don't think it matters what he tells us as the media, right? He doesn't tell me anything. He doesn't talk to me. He doesn't have to. But I would love it. I would listen if he would, right? But I also don't. I don't think I demand him to be truthful with me at all times. I don't think he's intentionally lying. I think there are times when they have a plan, and then maybe he's in front of the media right after practice, and they go into the coaches' meetings and they go, maybe he's got an offensive coach going, hey, actually if it's not too, let's look at this. Let's try to look at it from this angle. Let's do this. And Monken seems like a flexible guy. He's like, yeah, sure. I mean, you're whatever. You're my guy on the ground, right? Like you're there in the middle of the offense. He's an offensive coach. I think he's going to tend to listen to those suggestions and be flexible in those ways. So as long as he's, telling the quarterbacks and telling the offense, as long as the offensive line, the receivers, the tight ends, the running backs, and the quarterbacks are on the same page when it comes to the offense, that's all I really care about.
That's fair. That's fair. Now, the one last thing I'll add is at least me, I just fear that, again, he is the one where the buck stops. And I don't want it to turn into a Stefanski situation where Alex Van Pelt was making some of the calls and all these other coordinators leave. And now you're like, what happened to the quarterback guru, Kevin Stefanski? And what happened to some of these guys in the past? And again, it's good to get the advice, obviously working together. And that's why you put the staff together that you do. And he brought a lot of guys over from Baltimore that he worked with.
Yeah, he's going to trust those guys. Yeah.
But he's got to be the one to make that call. And if he's that impressionable where somebody else says something and that's what he's running with, again, this is the time of year where you start kind of wondering about where we're at. But the good news is they do have 2 first-rounders. So even if they don't figure it out this year, if the rest of the offense looks good around them, the defense looks good post Myles Garrett, there's a lot to improve on. And then you slot your guy in. But obviously all of us, Chad, myself, everybody here in Cleveland wants a winner. If you heard Main Event yesterday, Double A, he was very passionate. Really the first time in a long time I've heard him that mad. I was scared he was going to wake his neighbors up. I was scared his coffee machine was going to shatter. But everything is intact. He's good. He'll be with you, of course, 11:30 tonight for Midnight Run, new start time. Reminder, he has his interview with the Athletics' Mike Sando airing at the 11:45 portion of the show. If you missed it earlier today, you'll catch it at Midnight Run here on this stream later on. But Chad and I aren't going anywhere. In fact, we get an extra half hour. We are still got 57 minutes left with you. We are about a half hour in here to Inside Edge Prime Time. When we come back, we are going to discuss the NFL Hall of Fame. It's time we discuss the NFL Hall of Fame. I think it's only fitting. We talk about a little bit of this weekend, some of the guys that went in, but also I'll ask Chad, out of some of these guys that are eligible for 2027, we talked about it a little bit yesterday, but who would you put in as a first ballot? Who kind of misses out? There's a lot going on just with some of these guys restarting their clocks. Aaron Donald, of course, Phillip Rivers, Brady even restarted his clock. So much going on. Guys still haven't got in that haven't been getting in for years. So much to talk about when it comes to the NFL Hall of Fame. We'll discuss, of course, this past weekend and what happened in Canton, but look forward to the future here on Inside Edge Primetime. And later on, we'll talk about those Guardians, because not just the White Sox, but the Twins and the Tigers and the Guardians are in a AL Central race. And
just throw the Royals in there too. Who cares?
Oh my goodness. If they keep playing, no, but eventually, maybe they'll find their way too. All we know is the Guardians find one way to get into the playoff, it appears, with about a month and a half left in the season. Win the division or bust. Because with Boston and New York basically taking the other AL East positions to get the wild card slots, the Guardians, the winning of the AL Central is more imperative this year than ever before. So we'll talk about that later on in the show. So much more here on Inside Edge Primetime. But that's Chad Bryan. Am I right? You're right. Everybody's right. I'm Eli Moon. It's Inside Edge Primetime here on the Inside Edge Network. Make sure you don't go anywhere. We're talking NFL Hall of Fame when we come back.
Looking for an iconic Cleveland music venue that features premier entertainment, spirits, and food? Well, look no further than the Brothers Lounge. They offer a variety of live entertainment acts weekly, along with a diverse selection of beer, wine, and fine spirits, not to mention Chef Wynn's food menu, which has been crafted with traditional American fare with a modern twist. So come on out and enjoy the warm hospitality and make some new friends right here in your backyard. For more information, head over to brotherslounge.com and check them out for yourself at 11609 Detroit Road. That's right near the border of Cleveland and Lakewood. The Brothers Lounge, proud sponsor of the Inside Edge Network, Cleveland's digital leader.
Key On Sports is the leader in Ohio high school athletic coverage in written, print, and video streaming. From the latest news and results and written content to the high school football game of the week every Friday, Key On Sports has you covered. The vision of 15-time published author Vince McKee has become the most trusted site in Ohio high school athletic news. From podcasts to player profiles, Key On Sports is your one-stop for all of it. Visit them today at keyonsports.com or on YouTube at Key On Sports. Check out their socials on Twitter and Facebook as well.
Please support the new Inside Edge Network by liking, subscribing, and following us on your favorite social media platforms. That's at Inside Edge Net across Facebook, TikTok, YouTube, X, and IG. And don't forget to download our new app over on Roku. And as always, thank you for supporting your favorite shows on the Inside Edge Network, Cleveland's digital leader for news, talk, sports, entertainment, and mental health. Fanatics isn't just our name, it's who we are. Loyal, passionate fans, dedicated to our favorite teams and to the sports we love. That's why we're honored to be able to offer fans the world's largest collection of official sports apparel and sports jerseys from all leagues, teams, and players you love. We feature a wide selection of gear from every league, including the NFL, MLB, NBA, NHL, and NCAA merchandise, which allows us to serve fans of football, baseball, hockey, basketball, lacrosse, soccer, golf, and everything else that gets your heart pumping. Go to InsideEdgeNetwork.com under our partners section to find our link to check out all of what Fanatics has to offer. Fanatics, a proud sponsor of the Inside Edge Network, Cleveland's digital leader. Clean energy, bold flavors, no jitters. See why people won't shut up about Dubby. Whether you're starting your workday or getting ready to exercise, Dubby Energy helps you lock in and focus. Over 15 different flavors to choose from. Order Dubby Energy right now and find out more information by checking out our partners page on InsideEdgeNetwork.com. Also, use that promo code InsideEdge10 to receive 10% off your order. Dubby Energy, your energy-focused sponsor of the Inside Edge Network, Cleveland's digital leader. Discover our collection of handcrafted candles made with clean, minimal ingredients. Every product thoughtfully created in small batches free from harmful toxins for mindful everyday indulgence. Imported coconut soy wax with natural wood wicks to offer long-lasting burn and rich fragrance. Find out more about Alley Rose Fragrances by checking out their link on our partners page at InsideEdgeNetwork.com. And if you're a first-time customer, use the promo code InsideEdge20 to receive 20% off your order. AlleyRoseFragrances.com, a proud sponsor of the Inside Edge Network, Cleveland's digital leader. What's up, guys? Awesome show today here on Unfiltered. Talked about a lot, including the whole situation involving the Browns quarterback room, the drama, the craziness. I'm like sweating just thinking about it. It's insane. Get ready. It's Deshaun's team. We're just living on it, I guess. There you go. Also talked about parking rates possibly going up in downtown Cleveland in the area there for parking garages. It'll be tough. And President Trump, with his child vaccine executive order, he's going to be in town. We'll talk more about him tomorrow on the program right here on Unfiltered at 9 p.m. Also, all the latest news, talk, sports right here, Unfiltered with Kyle Cornell from 9 to 10. It's a new time. It's a new block in the evening right here on the Inside Edge Network. I will see you Tuesday night.
And welcome back to Inside Edge Primetime here on the Inside Edge Network. Chad Bryan, to my right. You're right. Everybody's right. I'm Eli Moon. We talked Cleveland Browns. They're back. They're in full swing. Their first preseason game this Saturday. We will have all eyes on the television screen, on our radios, listening, watching along as the Browns figure out their quarterback room and a bunch of other battles as well. Keep an eye on Spencer Fano, the first-round draft pick, top 10 draft pick, going in battle against DeJuan Jones. Of course, just challenging him there. Of course, the receiver room, Judy, Boston, Concepcion, other guys in that room as well. Isaiah Bond, I believe Luke Floria also in that room as well. So kind of some guys to keep an eye on. And then later on, of course, with the Browns, we'll figure out what they look like in regular season play. But that's a whole lot later on. We got some time before then. What we don't have time is watching some of the guys that were inducted into Canton this past weekend. We'll get to that in just a moment. But yeah. Chad B, want to remind the people, if they're just tuning in, we haven't gone anywhere. Of course, we have some new additions in terms of the shakeup of the lineup. we have the Daily Spiral instead of 11. You're used to Autumn after us, and she'd be on typically in about 19 minutes. Well, if you missed the announcement, we'll go over to here one more time and make sure, of course, lock in with Inside Edge Net and all the socials so you stay locked in with our new lineup. Autumn on vacation this week, so this week, 9 p.m. on Filter with Kyle Cornell joining the evening stream. You're used to him at 5 p.m., now at 9 p.m. And you have Inside Edge Prime Time. We're 10 to 11:30 now. Then 11:30 to 1, Midnight Run with Anthony Alford. Autumn will join back to the evening stream when she's back from vacation at 8 p.m. Then we'll do 8 p.m. the Daily Spiral, 9 p.m. on Filter with Kyle Cornell. Then 10 to 11:30, Inside Edge Primetime, Chad and I, and then Midnight Run with Anthony Alford, 11:30 to 1. 5 hours. 5 hours, 4 shows, 1 stream. It's a phenomenon still. In fact, it's a bigger phenomenon. Make sure you like, subscribe, follow at Inside Edge Net on all the socials, YouTube, X, Facebook, Instagram, TikTok. Smash that notification bell so you know when we're going live. A lot of great daily program I just mentioned and weekly programming as well. Read about all the personalities at InsideEdgeNetwork.com and go to our partners page. Cannot do without them. Of course, the Brothers Lounge. I was there all last weekend. 2 great shows and of course, a lot of great food there. You can go check out Chef Win and Winning Bites. They're in the kitchen. So much great stuff there at Brothers Lounge. Live music, right? Local and national touring bands. Music every night there at Brothers Lounge. A great atmosphere and the newest sponsor of the Inside Edge Network. Of course, we also have Fanatics.com, AlleyRoseFragrances.com, W Energy, Monster Moments, SportsMemorabilia.com, and Omega Video Marketing. Appreciate them. Cannot do it with all of them. Couldn't do it without you. So go to the merchandise store, grab some of the nice shirts, hats, mugs, polos, windbreakers. Rep Cleveland's digital leader, your source for sports, entertainment, mental health conversations, news, and everything in between. And we're on Roku. Make sure you grab that Inside Edge Network app on Roku. Take us wherever you want to go. On the road, to the disco, to the bar, out of state, very far. Take us with you. Inside Edge Network app on Roku. All right, Chad B. We're back in the saddle. The Hall of Fame. It was, of course.
Sorry.
Yes. No, you're good. You're good. I like to, I like to flex the muscles every now and then and just, stay loose. I'm
throw a rhyme out.
Yeah. I'm going to work on I'll pull the curtain back here. I haven't worked on a new project. Obviously, I dropped Golden Child in February, my new album. I will be working on a new project here probably the next couple of months for 2027. So I just like to stay loose, before we start working on some new music, narrator and we'll have narrator on later this week. My bro, Lahele member, a very impactful person, not only here in Cleveland, but across the United States and the world when it comes to music and making a wave in the independent scene. We will have him later on this week. Stay tuned for the date confirmed, but Chad and I will get to talk to him about a whole lot. I'm very excited to talk to my bro. But
looking forward to that. It was great to meet him at Moonbash and talk to him a little bit and finally get to have a conversation with him. I've heard so much about it. I can't wait to talk to him on the show. It's gonna be great.
Gonna be a great time. And I know you and Kyle got to speak with him at Moonbash, and I heard some of the stories he dropped about me falling asleep in the studio. All true. We
were not shocked. Let's just say I just not shocked at all. I was like, that doesn't surprise me at all.
Yeah. To pull the curtain back one more time here. I'll never forget one of the greatest beats narrators ever made for me to rap on, sing on. I remember I had come from the 9 to 5 when I was still working in the mortgage industry. Yeah. And I said, all right, well, I'm just going to lay down for a minute. I'm just going to stretch my back out. That's like code word. If you ever hear me say I'm going to stretch my back out and lay out
my eyes. Yeah. That's dangerous with all those. Yep.
Yeah. I stretched my back out and I fell asleep and I woke up. It felt like 10 minutes later. It was an hour and a half later in the studio. And I woke up and narrator just had this beautiful beat playing. And I go, bro, that's amazing. Who's that for? And he goes, brother, that's for you. I've been making this beat for you for the last hour and a half. And I was like, oh my goodness, I can't wait to write to it. But those are some of the funniest moments. And so, yeah, very excited to have the bro on. He'll have some more stories, I'm sure. I was talking to him earlier today. So we're working on that. What we are going to talk about right now is the NFL Hall of Fame. Chad, this weekend was absolutely special, as I alluded to. Some of these guys all of these guys you'll never see play on the gridiron again, but you got to hear from them. Potentially for some of these guys, their last time wanting to be in the spotlight. Some you'll see across different avenues in sports world and media maybe as well. But my biggest takeaway, there's 2 of them. One, Adam Vinatieri is hilarious. He had probably the funniest speech I've heard in quite some time. I mean, just from giving roasts out to McAfee, to Belichick, to Brady, to everybody.
Handing them out to everybody. Yeah.
Incredible. My other takeaway, too, was just, this is probably one of the strongest classes I can really imagine. Now, when I was growing up, and I know, again, there's a little bit of age difference. So for you, you may be more like, your early 20s when you saw this class. But, you see Jerry Rice and Emmitt Smith, and that to me was like, holy smokes, how are you going to beat that? You have the leading rusher at one point all time, and then you have the best receiver of all time going in the same class. I thought that was going to be tough to beat. This class, when you talk about all around just talent, Breeze, Kuechly, Vinatieri, Craig, Fitzgerald. I mean, there's so many studs when it comes to this Hall of Fame draft, or excuse me, Hall of Fame class of 26. What were your thoughts on this weekend? It can be about the speeches or just some of these guys that got in, because I really have no complaints.
No, I mean, this is about as complete of a, I mean, maybe not complete, but these guys definitely all deserve to be in the Football Hall of Fame.
Yes.
But yeah, a lot of people are saying that Adam Vinatieri's speech was maybe the greatest Hall of Fame speech of all time, as far as NFL acceptance speeches. So, yeah, I thought it was funny. I mean, it's whatever. Anytime you can, when you humanize Bill Belichick, first of all, that's a feat like none other, right? When you can make him seem like a human being.
Yeah.
And then add some humor to the mix, and then you see Belichick's reaction. He thought it was funny, whatever. That surprises me even more sometimes. So I think Vinatieri have towing that line and being able to have that touch to do it the right way, I thought was pretty funny.
Yeah.
We talked about it before. Roger Craig was the first running back to ever rush for 1,000 yards, have 1,000-yard receiving in the same season, 1985. That alone, I think, two guys have done that since.
Yeah.
Christian McCaffrey, and I don't even know the third name. I'm blanking on the third name. But that tells you how rare that is.
Yeah.
I would have known this last week, but now I'm a week older, and that's what happens. But
yeah.
I mean, Drew Brees obviously threw the ball over the place. Brees was phenomenal as a quarterback in the NFL. Luke Kuechly tackled everybody. I mean, I felt like he averaged 31 tackles a game. I know he didn't, but he was all over the field, right? Just made plays everywhere. And then Larry Fitzgerald is just about as steady as you want to have out of a wide receiver. But yeah, I think that the whole Hall of Fame weekend is just special, regardless of. I grew up watching Roger Craig. I almost said Roger Craig again. Why?
Yeah, you're on fire.
What am I doing? Why can't I say the man's name? And I thought, him revealing that he had vascular dementia, that made me sad. Like I said, I grew up watching those 49ers teams, and I was not a 49ers fan. But you had to enjoy watching Joe Montana, Jerry Rice, Roger Craig. I mean, those were some unbelievable football teams. Ronnie Lott, to name just a couple of guys that were instrumental on those teams. 3 Super Bowls for Roger Craig. But yeah, I mean, that was a great weekend. A lot of fun, a lot of laughs. Maybe a couple tears. You know what I mean? A couple tears shed as well. But that's what it's about, right? I mean, you when you do something that you love that much. And it encompasses your whole life. I mean, from the time these guys are probably 8 or 9 years old, they started playing football until they retired. And eventually we're inducted to the Pro Football Hall of Fame. It becomes your identity. I mean, you say all the time, being a football player, that's not who I am. That's what I do. But when you look at guys who've given that much of their lives to this, to this sport, this game, whatever you want to call it, it is who they are, right? So I think to end that in Canton, up there on stage and giving the acceptance speech, I mean, that's clearly it gives me goosebumps to think about it. It's chill inducing, because I mean, it's as good as you can do, right? For an individual career, it's the best you can do. And it's just an emotional weekend. Either way, I think guys, you miss it when you retire from a sport, especially when you give as much as, if you're going to be in the Hall of Fame, you're going to give a lot. They miss it, and I'm sure some of being up there in front of people, like you said, maybe it's the last time in the public eye, but I'm sure a little bit, like just inside your brain, you miss that, right? You miss being the center of attention just a little bit, because you don't have a good athletic career without having that little bit of ego to where you feel like you're the guy, right? And nothing says you're the guy like being inducted into whatever sports Hall of Fame that you play. So yeah, that was a great weekend.
Absolutely fantastic. And of course you'll have some names. You mentioned Belichick, Kraft, Robert Kraft, the owner of the New England Patriots, Eli Manning, quarterback of the New York Giants, guys that didn't get in, and it kind of creates a logjam. We talked about it a little bit last night, where is Eli going to get in next year? What's it look like? Because you're going to have some of these first time eligible players, and some of these guys playing with Eli Manning, and some of these guys that really have a stronger case. Which leads me to the question. I'm going to go ahead and present some of these names. I'm going to pull the question up. Who should be a 2027 first ballot Hall of Famer? My question to you is, out of these guys, and I'll allow you to choose 2 if you say we'll get 2 of them, because it's rare we'll get 3. I don't think we'd see 3 first ballot Hall of Famers with how many guys we just mentioned. 3 of them. There's a ton of other guys that still haven't gotten in. Terrell Suggs. I still think there needs to be a discussion about Cam Chancellor. Okay. Maybe I'm banging on the table when it's not as loud of a national opinion, but Cam Chancellor, literally, when you talk about the Legion of Boom, I'll get to that in a moment. But, Chancellor, I believe, should get more discussion. Speaking of Chancellor, one of the guys eligible for the first time next year in 2027 is Richard Sherman, part of that Legion of Boom team. Seattle Seahawks cornerback, and of course played for the Niners as well. You have Rob Gronkowski, arguably the greatest tight end of all time, played majority of his career with the Patriots and with the Buccaneers.
Yeah.
You have Adrian Peterson, the closest to breaking Eric Dickerson's single season rushing record, and crazy. I mean, he spent a majority of his time with the Vikings, of course, was over there with the Commanders when they were still, of course, the other name for Washington. And then I believe I spent some time somewhere else as well, but I know primarily it was Minnesota and Washington for AP. And then, of course, some other names: Big Ben, Roethlisberger, Pittsburgh Steelers quarterback, Cam Newton, primarily with the Panthers and the Patriots.
Yeah.
Andrew Whitworth, the Bengals, and goes and wins the Super Bowl with the Rams. Antonio Brown, of course. There's going to be a lot of talk about the former Steelers and Patriots wide receiver and Buccaneers. Patriots and Buccaneers wide receiver for Antonio Brown. And Gerald McCoy spent a lot of time in the Buccaneers holding down the defensive line. All of that to be said, there's 8 names there, Chad B. I will give you 2 because I know it's hard to narrow it down to 1. If 2 of these guys get in as first ballot Hall of Famers, who should they be out of that list?
My goodness, this is tough, man. And here's the problem. You didn't even mention, did you mention Antonio Brown?
I did. Yep, right at the end, right before McCoy.
Okay, maybe I blocked it out because whatever. Antonio Brown for about a 5-year stretch was absolutely the best wide receiver in the game, if not, maybe second best. He had a 5 or 6 year stretch where he was phenomenal. It's going to be the off the field stuff, obviously. With him. It's going to keep him out. I mean, he should be in. But I don't know. The way his breakup with the game was pretty epic.
It was bad. It was bad because, and just to add on to that, because I know you have more thoughts, just real quick, to add on to that, it wasn't like Owens and Moss, where, the people are like, Moss and Owens were, prima donnas or this or that when it came down the field. I mean, sure, they had antics. Antonio Brown literally took his entire shirt, his pads, everything off and ran off the field and gave the peace sign. And then everything, like you said, after the fact. So that's
a bad last image, man. That's not gonna do any favors with the media there.
Right.
As far as Cam Newton, I think Cam Newton had one really, really phenomenal year. The rest of his years as a quarterback in the NFL were above average. I mean, he had the shoulder injury, I think, that slowed him down. I think that's what we'll all remember about Cam Newton. I mean, the 15-1 season, phenomenal, right? He was as good of a player as maybe anybody on the field for a short time, but I think it might have been too short of a time. I think that's going to keep him maybe even out of the Hall of Fame altogether. I like Cam Newton. I love Cam Newton as a player. Loved watching him play. I just don't know if he's got the longevity, the track record.
But you could argue on that point, Chad, because you're giving some very good points, but now you got my brain moving now.
Yeah.
But with Cam Newton, though, you could argue he was really the first guy to get it right in terms of rushing and passing.
Yeah.
You've seen other guys do it. Vic, of course, Michael Vick, early on in the early 2000s. There's been other rushing quarterbacks. I'm not saying he's the first, but in terms of a pure dominant force, when he, before the tush push, it was Cam Newton did a cute quarterback sneak. They didn't need an extra push. He just ran into guys full force and scored. So I think that's the only reason. I agree with you about first ballot. I think there will be a discussion about Cam maybe 5-6 years into him being eligible because of what he's opened the door for guys like Lamar Jackson, Josh Allen, even a big body quarterback that can plow into guys. Remember, teams were scared in the 2010s primarily of their quarterbacks getting hurt and not allowing them to do this. And Cam Newton said, let me Superman my way to the end zone, and things changed. But I get your point. Back to you.
Yeah, I think another thing is going to be the touchdown interception ratio for Cam Newton as I look at it. But for me, I'm going to stop making my points on guys who won't get in. For me, it's Rob Gronkowski. I think it's Gronk. Okay. He wasn't involved with the whole Spygate thing. There's nothing to really take from there. He's got a really good, relationship with the media. He does a lot of work in the media. He's not afraid to go out and kind of make fun of himself and have some fun, laugh at himself a bit. I think that's all going to help. But he's also, like you said, probably the greatest tight end of all time. That also helps. So he's got a lot of things working for him, and I think maybe it's going to be Adrian Peterson. Gronk and Adrian Peterson are probably good. If I had to pick 2 guys out of that list for first ballot guys, it's Gronk and AP.
Yeah, that's kind of where I lean. Double A and I were talking yesterday. I said, if you only could get one in, it's between those two. Peterson, there's an argument to be made, in my opinion, that he's a top 5-7 running back all time.
Yeah.
I mean, he at his fours or his
off
prime.
the field stuff though too. If you've got to argue between those two, we always default to the off the field stuff. I don't know that that's fair, depending on how severe the off the field stuff is. Because it is the Hall of Fame, not the Hall of guys who did everything the right way all around the game. Unfortunately, that's whatever.
Yeah, because there will be a discussion about that. You do look at some of these other guys that are in the Hall of Fame, though, too. Brett Favre and all the stuff he's ran into off the field.
Yeah.
And he was immediately in the Hall of Fame. And, of course, one of the better quarterbacks of all time. I think Adrian Peterson, in terms of ranking, though, just pure football. Because, yes, the off the field is going to be discussed. And it wasn't great.
No.
But the on the field, he is a top 7, maybe 5 running back of all time in terms of pure specimen, a guy that could just absolutely take over a game and did many a times for the Minnesota Vikings.
Yeah.
Remember, they were rolling at one point, what was Sam Bradford, before that Christian Ponder. I mean, they had some pretty bad quarterbacks in there for primarily a lot of Adrian Peterson's run. And for him to be absolutely dominant in the Vikings to be relevant for a lot of those times, this was the days before they had an air raid offense with Justin Jefferson and Jordan Addison when he's healthy, and TJ Hawkinson. It was Adrian Peterson's going to get the ball 30 times, move out the way. So I do understand, and I agree that if it does come down to one, I think it will be Rob Gronkowski, just because when we talk about rankings, I don't know if you could put anybody above Rob Gronkowski when it comes to top tight ends of all time. He has the Super Bowls. He has the accolades. He has the stats. He literally played for the best dynasty. I feel pretty confident saying that. The strongest dynasty in NFL history.
He's got the charisma too. He's got he's got that too.
So we'll keep an eye on all of that, of course, when it comes to 2027. Some other names to keep an eye on, not first ballot, but of course, we mentioned Eli Manning. You have him. Now, Belichick and Kraft are going to be in a different discussion. They're in that coaches and owners and executive type role. Now, that will count to the full tally. And of course, the NFL keeps an eye on how many they put in every year. So, I don't think both of those guys will get in. But in terms of players, Eli Manning, Rob mentioned yesterday, Terrell Suggs still out there. I'm gonna start the campaign for Cam Chancellor. I guess I'll start it because that guy was one of the best safeties of all time. Yeah. And I think he definitely deserves to be discussed at this point before he's forgotten about, before he gets to the senior committee. Hey, let's find an older guy that we can get in. I don't want it to turn into that for Chancellor, because there is no Legion of Boom without Cam Chancellor patrolling that safety position. So those are some names to keep an eye on. And then, of course, you have the looming 2028 induction of Tom Brady. That won't be a discussion. That'll literally be a certainty.
He's going to get in? You think he's –
Yeah, I think he's the first ballot. And I think it'll be interesting. Do you wait on Eli Manning? But, of course, you have, Manning and then Roethlisberger. We just mentioned him. Roethlisberger is eligible next year too. I think, and I said this yesterday on Main Event, if you're, and I'm sorry, 2 years. So Brady's eligible, I believe, in 2028. So I think you see Manning and maybe Roethlisberger get in at the same time.
Okay.
But if they don't, you'll see one of them get in next year.
Mm-hmm.
You'll see Brady get in, and whoever doesn't get in next year is waiting until 2029, whether it's Roethlisberger or it's Manning. But one of them's waiting. I think that's where you're at. And if Phillip Rivers didn't decide to come back and play 3 to 5 games for the Colts, then we're probably having a discussion about Eli Manning and Ben Roethlisberger waiting longer.
Yeah, I can't believe to add 5 years on for that. I feel like you should add like 3 to 5 weeks on, right? Like you had like another month. He's got to go, okay, whatever his time was, add a month, right? He came back, didn't even play a full season, had to bust some shoes out of a trophy case. Like that's not even official.
It's crazy. It's crazy, but think about this. Aaron Donald's going to have the same stuff happen.
Yeah.
If the, the rumors and the feeling around the league is that he's coming back. And of course, Adam Schefter from ESPN had the activity log from the league and Aaron Donald using a Rams helmet. So it had to be logged that he did practice for the Rams last week. So you think about that. Aaron Donald, the moment he steps on an NFL field, he has to wait 5 more years. And he's been retired for what? 3-4 years now? I mean,
workers' comp stuff, man.
I'll tell you, man. You know what? Well, we'll get after it, of course, later on about the NFL and guys that will play this year. We talked about some of the greats, and we'll discuss that. Obviously, when we get some quiet time. It's going to get very, very loud here with some football. The pads are back. We're going to be hearing all the scores and all the players of today. But of course, when the Hall of Fame comes back around, we'll obviously heat that discussion back up. A lot to soak in there, though. So a lot to soak in there. When it comes to the NFL, though, a lot to take away as well. When it comes to, again, we talked about Aaron Donald and the Rams. They're going to be a story. Of course, you look at some of these other teams in the NFC, the Giants. You look at in the AFC, the Baltimore Ravens in our division. What are they going to look like? New coach with Lamar Jackson, Josh Allen, the same thing. And, of course, the Cleveland Browns. With so much to break down when it comes to the NFL. We actually have a clip we'll play when we come back here when it comes to Mike Sando. I have some discussion I want to talk to you about. This is obviously a little bit football dominated. We'll end the show, of course, heads up with Guardians talk because they are in the AL Central race. I know baseball fans, you're on the edge of your seat. We will get the Guardians here in just a bit because I know Chad's ready to talk about them too. But I want to highlight just a moment. Yes, I want to highlight just a moment of AA's interview earlier today with the Athletics' Mike Sando. He did the quarterback tiers list, his annual quarterback tiers survey, where he talks to 50 executives, head coaches around the league, and they get their opinion out on where these quarterbacks are in terms of ranking, in terms of where they stand in the league. I thought there was some interesting things said about not only the quarterbacks of the Cleveland Browns, but also some of these other tier 1 quarterbacks. AA asked Mike Sando, what are some of the flaws, if any, of some of these tier 1 quarterbacks? Is there any? What should we think about when it comes to Burrow, Allen, Lamar in that mix, Mahomes? So we'll hear from Mike Sando when we come back. Just a snippet of the interview here at 11:45. Yeah. And, of course, at 11:30, we'll hand the keys off to AA Anthony Alford. We'll let him drive the Benz, and he'll have midnight run from 11:30 to 1. I'll drop behind the scenes. Good news is I have a burger and fries waiting for me, so I'll be munching on that until AA calls on me.
Did you bring enough for the whole class? You're just going to talk about that right on air and not even have enough?
You invited me to dinner, so technically you're on the docket. I literally have a text message timestamped from Chad Bryan that says Papa Moon and I are invited over for dinner. So,
but you can't talk about burgers and fries if you don't have enough for everybody. That's how it works.
I didn't talk about burgers.
There's like 200 people in here. I think you did. I think you mentioned.
No. No. All right, that's over. No. All that being said, Chad did not hear what he just heard. But, of course, you all heard what we had to say. We're going to talk Guardians later. We're going to talk about some more NFL when we come back in these top quarterbacks. It's a lot going on. It's NFL season. We're fully back in the swing of things, just a few weeks away from week 1 of the regular season. Crazy. So we'll talk about some more NFL when we come back. Of course, it's Inside Edge Prime Time here on the Inside Edge Network. That's Chad Bryan. Am I right? You're right. Everybody's right. I'm Eli Moon, and we are back right after this.
Dine, drink, and dance at the premier spot in town. It's time to check out all of what our friends over at the Brothers Lounge have to offer. Everything from weekly live entertainment, a wide variety of different beers, wines, and spirits, and an expertly crafted American fare menu with a twist courtesy of Chef Wynn that'll make your mouth water. So, what are you waiting for? Head over to the Brothers Lounge at 11609 Detroit Road or check out their website, brotherslounge.com, to learn more about what you've been missing out on. Brothers Lounge, proud sponsor of the Inside Edge Network, Cleveland's digital leader. Whether searching for a baseball autograph by your favorite World Series slugger, a signed football by an iconic Hall of Famer, or the jersey of a world-famous soccer star, you've come to the right place. Here at sportsmemorabilia.com, the web's leading source for authentic sports memorabilia, you'll find more than 500,000 authentic products from nearly every professional sports league, team, and players. Not only will you find your next prized sports possession with ease, thanks to superb customer service and tremendous site experience, you'll have satisfaction and peace of mind that every product listed comes complete with a certificate of authenticity and is fully backed by the sportsmemorabilia.com lifetime authenticity guarantee. Check out sportsmemorabilia.com by heading over to the partners page on our website, InsideEdgeNetwork.com. SportsMemorabilia.com, proud sponsor of the Inside Edge Network, Cleveland's digital leader. Discover our collection of handcrafted body mists made with clean, minimal ingredients. They offer a natural alternative to synthetic fragrances, perfect for sensitive skin and those seeking clean, mindful self-care, and the perfect gift for you and your special someone. Learn more about all Ellie Rose Fragrances has to offer right now by clicking the link on our partner page at InsideEdgeNetwork.com. First-time customers use that promo code InsideEdge20 to receive 20% off your order. EllieRoseFragrances.com, a proud sponsor of the Inside Edge Network, Cleveland's digital leader. Monster Moments Photography is a husband and wife wedding photography team based in Cleveland, owned and operated by Inside Edge Network's very own Ryan Mosser and his wife Hallie. For the past 10 years, they've captured more than 100 weddings across Northeast Ohio and beyond. Always working together as a true two-person team. Their style centers on authentic, emotional storytelling, documenting the real moments between two people in love and creating images that feel natural, comfortable, and true to the couple. Rooted in Northeast Ohio, but inspired by their travels, Ryan and Hallie bring a warm, personal approach to every wedding day. Their work blends experience, consistency, and a genuine passion for helping couples relive their best day through timeless photography. Learn more by checking out Monster Moments Photography's link on our partners page at the InsideEdgeNetwork.com website. Monster Moments Photography, a proud sponsor of the Inside Edge Network, Cleveland's digital leader. Find us on InsideEdgeNetwork.com for the latest information on your favorite shows, personalities, and network partners. Plus, we have a merch shop. That's right, we have network polos, t-shirts, champion jackets, hats, and bottles. Rep the network. Every purchase supports independent sports and entertainment media. Thank you for your support from all of us here at the Inside Edge Network, Cleveland's digital leader for news, talk, sports, entertainment, and mental health.
All right, hope you guys are enjoying your weekend. We are so excited for our new lineup here on the Inside Edge Network beginning this upcoming Monday. Started with Kyle's show at 9 o'clock, Inside Edge Prime Time at 10, and then my show 11:30 to 1 a.m., 90 minutes, a midnight run. And it's going to be big because on the very first show, we've been talking about the QB list, the QB tiers list. Well, the man who did the research, the man who got the executives, the head coaches, the coordinators, the GMs all together, Mike Sando of The Athletic, will join me this Monday on Midnight Run beginning at 11:30. You do not want to miss early start time on the Inside Edge Network. We have so many things to catch up on. But again, hope you guys have a great weekend. And we'll see you this upcoming Monday, new start time, 11:30, right here on Midnight Run on the Inside Edge Network.
So, and then the biggest question then is, okay, well, why wouldn't Lamar Jackson be in there? Because he was number one. He was tier one last year overwhelmingly. Why would he thought of it? Because if you look at, Burrow had an injury shortened year, or Mahomes had a tough year by his standards and got hurt. Why wouldn't Lamar get the benefit of the doubt and stay in tier one? And I think the answer is twofold. I think one, in the NFL, always the coaches and executives put a premium on your passing ability, I think for sure. And I think people think that Burrow's like the greatest passer probably in the whole league. And then number two, the playoff success component. Even though like Josh Allen hasn't been to the Super Bowl, he has 29 touchdown passes and 6 interceptions in the playoffs. Lamar, I believe, has 10 and 7, something like that. So even Burrow doesn't have a big history of success in the playoffs, but he's been to a Super Bowl. So I think when you have the perceived passing ability and the playoff success, you are a little bit more durable to stay in the top.
And welcome back to Inside Edge Prime Time here on the Inside Edge Network. We are so happy to be with you here for the next 20 minutes. We are past 11 o'clock and you're not getting rid of us. We're here till 11:30, new time here for everybody. Chad B to my right, your right, everybody's right. I'm Eli Moon. You just heard there from the Athletics Mike Sando with our own program director and bro, double A Anthony Alford. Earlier today at 6:30, that interview dropped. You'll hear it at 11:45 on Midnight Run. Of course, a lot of things to break down when it comes to that quarterback tier one. We obviously got stuck, and rightfully so, here in Cleveland with tier 4 and 5 with Deshaun Watson and Shedeur Sanders. But, looking at the top of the top, Chad, there's a lot to break down there when it comes to not only, Joe Burrow and Josh Allen, but Lamar Jackson as well. Thought it was interesting what Mike said. We're going to talk Guardians here, of course, before the end of the show. Stay tuned for that in about the next 10 minutes or so. But my point on this real quick, because I wanted to address this on the show. I think it's so interesting, the thoughts on Lamar Jackson. And of course, that's not Mike Sando's thoughts per se, right? That's
Right.
per the survey and the coaches and the executives that he spoke with around the league. And we value Mike and we appreciate Mike for earlier today, giving us some time to kind of break that down. My thing is, how is the guy that has an MVP, playoff experience, an AFC championship game, not as many as Josh Allen, but has basically been in the same spot? I don't understand the disrespect for Lamar Jackson. We talk a lot about Shador here, and obviously Shador is still unproven in terms of what he's done or what he hasn't done yet. But Lamar Jackson, a guy that has the accolades, you want to talk about, we were just talking about Cam Newton, a guy that has really changed the game for running quarterbacks. Lamar Jackson has done that. He's still, if I'm not mistaken, 29 years old. So he still has 3, 4, 5 years of prime football left as long as his body holds up. And I understand that's the discussion, but the same thing to be said about Joe Burrow. And I like Joe Burrow. He does have a fantastic arm when it comes to quarterbacks. And you heard Sando there talking about, hey, there's the belief that he has the best arm in the NFL, which may shock some Mahomes fans and Kansas City fans out there listening. Like, hey, what about Patty M? What's going on? Well, there's a lot going on there, Chad. I mean, what were your thoughts on that clip? Obviously, a minute clip, and you'll hear the full exclusive interview at 11:45 on Midnight Run, everybody out there listening. But what were your thoughts? Because I just think it's so odd that Josh Allen, it feels like, gets the benefit of the doubt when it comes to, well, he has this going on in the stats, but Josh Allen also has multiple AFC championship losses, division losses to the Chiefs in the divisional round. And then is noticeable as last year dropping the ball to the, I believe the Jacksonville Jaguars. I mean, just a disappointment. Or no, I'm excuse me, the Denver Broncos. The Denver Broncos with Bo Nix. But still disappointing nonetheless that it just appears Lamar Jackson is just not really respected, for lack of better words. My biggest takeaway from those thoughts there from the survey.
Yeah, I don't really get that either. I think he's one of the most electric quarterbacks in the league to watch. And I mean, you look at his record as a starter. I mean, he wins games, right? I know that the playoff success hasn't been there in a sense that they haven't won a Super Bowl. But I think, or well, at least Lamar Jackson, not the Ravens. But I don't know. I'm not really sure where that disrespect comes from. I feel like everyone's always waiting for the other shoe to drop with Lamar Jackson. And he's really just stayed, I think, one of the top 5 quarterbacks in the game pretty consistently. Yeah. And listen, Josh Allen has you can pick apart the same things in Josh Allen's game, right? There's like maybe the perception that Allen is like a superior runner because he's bigger. Lamar Jackson is impossible to catch when he gets out in the open field, right? Very difficult to tackle. He's a good passer. He's shown he's proven that he's a good passer in this league. I mean, look at the interceptions. Double digits in the season one time, right? In 2021, he threw 13 interceptions. Whatever.
And that was one of his first years starting too, because he came into the league in 2018.
Yeah. I mean, still, I guess, I don't know, easing into the offense or whatever, you could say. I mean, you could say any number of things, but one down year is not, that's not a tendency, right? That's not the norm for him. He's an excellent passer, and I think he's gotten this disrespect since the college days coming out. You remember he should switch to wide receiver. Quarterback is a cerebral man's possession. Like what? Have you? I don't remember the name of the gentleman who said that about Lamar Jackson, but I always wonder, like, have you met Lamar Jackson? Have you ever had a conversation with him? Like, what makes you think Lamar Jackson's not cerebral? That was a wild situation. That wasn't that long ago, right?
Right.
2018, when we were saying things like this about Lamar Jackson.
Right.
He's done nothing but prove that he's a top tier quarterback, and here we are. And I just used that as I didn't mean to reference the tier list, but he's a top tier quarterback in this league. He's a top 5 guy. Listen, I get it. Well, you haven't won a Super Bowl. Lots of guys have been, I think, top 3, top 5. Dan Marino was pretty consistently a top 2 or 3 quarterback in the NFL. Never won a Super Bowl. Only got there once, right?
Yeah.
I just don't think that matters as much. We put so much onus on the ring today. These days, that's all it's about, right? So I don't know. And I was going to use Scottie Pippen as an example. First of all, it's a bad example because it's a different sport. And second, I mean, he is one of the top 50, top 75 players of all time, probably. But we wouldn't put him into the greatest player of all time mix just because he won 6 championships with Michael Jordan. He doesn't belong there.
No.
He'll tell you a little bit different. And that's okay. Listen, you got to have confidence in yourself. I'm okay with it. Whatever. It's fine.
Yeah.
I don't know where the Lamar Jackson disrespect comes from, but it's been there since day one.
Yeah, and it's frustrating. Again, if you didn't see, of course, you're referencing the Athletics' Mike Sando, who was on earlier with Double A's show, Midnight Run, and a standalone interview earlier. You'll hear it later on here in just actually about 20-ish minutes or so. You'll hear 25 minutes.
Going by, yeah.
Crazy. But one thing, again, just to note, when we're talking Lamar Jackson, in this tier list this year from the survey, from the head coaches and the executives, anonymous, of course, the tier 1 quarterbacks, Chad, Patrick Mahomes, Joe Burrow, Josh Allen, and Matthew Stafford. Lamar Jackson on the outside as a tier 2 quarterback.
He belongs on that list. You can't change my mind.
I know. It's crazy. And the only thing I'll add here, and we're going to go to a quick break. We'll talk Guardians. We've been promising it all show. We're going to talk Guardians. I got a lot to get off my chest. I'm sure you do as well. One thing I'll mention as well, maybe it's the thought of a new head coach, with Jesse Minter, and all that. Derrick Henry a little bit older, the things around him. But if we're just looking at the player, we haven't seen a drop-off from Lamar. A little bit of injury stuff when the contract thing was coming up. Of course, you kind of saw him preserving his body to make sure he got his contract because the Ravens were obviously jockeying as well to make sure, hey, what's the deal going to look like? So saw that as well, but I don't know, man. You also saw the NFL top 100 list with Lamar Jackson, and he went down to 67 or 69 on the list.
Was it because of a hamstring? Like, I can't use a soft tissue injury to justify dropping a guy in his prime that far on that list. I mean, that's
crazy.
That's insane.
It's insane, Chad B. You know what also is insane is we thought we'd have a little bit more room to breathe, and we have. But we're at the last 12 minutes of the show. When we come back, we're going to take a quick pause here, hear from, of course, our newest partner, the Brothers Lounge, and you should check it out, of course, on 11609 Detroit Avenue there in Cleveland, Ohio is the home, and it is the home of Boom Bash, my annual all-day music festival, the Inside Edge Network. We were there, and, of course, 45 artists and featured artists and DJs a whole weekend. We'll be back for the 3rd annual Moon Bash, July 31st, 2027. Of course, the network, Inside Edge Network will be there. I'll be there. The music community will be there. You should be there as well. And if you need a reason or 2 or 3 or a whole lot more to see what's going on at Brothers Lounge, of course, live music from local and touring bands, and also a lot of great food. Chef Win, Winning Bites. Oh, my goodness, you can't go wrong. So much great stuff. The staff there is incredible. Just a great place to be. Check it out. The newest partner of the Inside Edge Network, Brothers Lounge. And then when we come back, we will talk Guardians. We've been promising in here, but this is Inside Edge Primetime here on the Inside Edge Network. That's Chad Bryan. That's the government name. To my right, you're right. Everybody's right. I'm Eli. Not with me, buddy. You're always okay. And I'm Eli Moon. This is Inside Edge Primetime on the Inside Edge Network. Back right after this.
Looking for an iconic Cleveland music venue that features premier entertainment, spirits, and food? Well, look no further than the Brothers Lounge. They offer a variety of live entertainment acts weekly, along with a diverse selection of beer, wine, and fine spirits, not to mention Chef Wynn's food menu, which has been crafted with traditional American fare with a modern twist. So come on out and enjoy the warm hospitality and make some new friends right here in your backyard. For more information, head over to brotherslounge.com and check them out for yourself at 11609 Detroit Road. That's right near the border of Cleveland and Lakewood. The Brothers Lounge, proud sponsor of the Inside Edge Network, Cleveland's digital leader.
All right, folks. I told you a little quick one there, but of course, the newest sponsor of the Inside Edge Network, the Brothers Lounge. We appreciate them so much. Everybody there, go check them out. A lot of great stuff. Tomorrow, of course, I'm in the music community. I book a lot of shows, of course, at the Brothers Lounge, and I want to mention that you can go if you're an artist looking to go out right now to an open mic. Go check out Poor Duncan, the open mic tomorrow, Tuesday night, in the front stage, the wine bar. Of course, you can go get a few songs in, go meet the community. Always a great time. And then Megan Stepka has her show and glow this Wednesday at Brothers Lounge. A lot of great artists on that card. I believe Julia Sky, Alexis Julia. So go out there and check it out. Get involved in the community and get some good food. Say hi to some people there at the Brothers Lounge. Yeah. All right, Chad B. Let's get after it. We have about 9 minutes left before Double A kicks the door in and he says, get the hell out of here. And then we cry, and that's, you know how it goes. But
Makes me very sad. Yeah.
But before we get into
The way he talks to me is unacceptable.
I mean, as long as I'm here, I won't let him talk to you like that.
Appreciate
Okay.
you.
Yeah, of course. I got your back. Don't worry. All right. Let's get into these Guardians, man. We've been avoiding it all show. We can't avoid it any longer. And I got hot yesterday on main event talking about this. The Guardians are in an AL Central race that literally determines their playoff spot. Yeah. I'm under the impression now that they are not going to be the wild card team. Yankees and Red Sox seem to have those on lock. So it's really AL Central division win or bust. And right now you're looking at the White Sox in first. If I'm not mistaken, I'm just pulling up the updated standings from today, but I believe the Tigers are still in second place, if I'm not mistaken here. No, Twins are now in second place with the Tigers at 3.5 back.
Yeah, they're tied.
The Guardians. Yep. And then the Guardians there at 4 back. So you have a 4-team race. And, of course, just to appease one Chad Bryan, you have the Royals that are 13 back. So I think they're
just
out of it.
13 back. It's all about it's all about the word. It's the descriptor. Just 13 games.
Well, they're thinking of when the Guardians were 15.5 back at the end of August with the Tigers. I hope not. That would become a mess if this is a 5 team. Okay, listen, let's not speak nightmares.
110 runs over the first 130, 40 games or so. No, I think they're out of it. Or 120.
Okay, thank goodness. Whew. Okay, well, it's a 4-team race, though, however, Chad B. And there's a few things to break down, and I know we'll revisit this again tomorrow. In fact, I think we'll lead the show tomorrow. That's a little reminder for everybody out there. When we come back on at 10 tomorrow, we will talk Guardians to lead the show because I don't think we're going to get it all off our chest right now. Talk to me, though, about this AL Central, man, because a few things, and I'm going to hand it off to you because I got a lot off my chest yesterday. White Sox, buddy, they're still here. It's middle of August.
Yeah, like I said, they'll be gone by August, right? I love to point out the mistakes that they're not mistakes. I mean, just wrong, whatever, incorrect takes. Yeah, they're still here.
They're still here, and now the Tigers, after getting rid of Casey Mize and Tariq Skubal, 2 of their best pitchers in that rotation, are on a heater. They are literally playing some of their best baseball since that in terms of a minute stretch. But it feels like they've been, kind of removed. They've removed themselves of some of the clouds over the organization. And we talked about the health of the Detroit Tigers. Yeah. They are healthy now. Riley Green, Spencer Torkelson, some of these guys are healthy. And the Twins, we talk about the Twins. You've mentioned it. The Twins are a team that literally never play bad baseball. They never really have a 40 and, do the math, 120 loss season or, 50, 60. I mean, they don't have that very often. So they're here. They're making some noise. Yeah. They don't seem like the most threatening out of the group, but they are, of course, above the Guardians right now that can't really find their footing. What are your thoughts? I'm going to open it up to you on the Guardians' chances in this AL Central race.
I mean, right now, it's so bleak because they've got so many teams that are right there in front of them. And the good thing is, at least they're, it's not a wild card race where you don't maybe get to play a couple of the teams ahead of you. They'll have games against the Tigers, against the Twins, against the White Sox down the stretch. That's good. The bad thing is, if you look at the Tigers, they're 58-60, but they're plus 87 in their run differential. What that tells you is like they're not a team that should be 58-60. So it's a little terrifying that you get rid of Skubal, you get rid of Casey, and now you're 7-3 over your last 10. That doesn't mean that Skubal is a bad pitcher. Casey Mize was like holding down the organization. Sometimes I think it's just the weight of those rumors, right? Constantly being asked, if you're whatever, a shortstop, a left fielder, you have a night where you go 3 for 4 with 2 home runs, knocking 5 runs. And the first question is, hey, is Tariq Skubal going to be here in, July or in August? Man, I don't know. You know what I mean? Like we're trying to win baseball games. And I think sometimes when you see moves like that get made at the deadline, you it's almost like a weight off your shoulders. Like the guys that are still there are like, all right, man, now no one's looking it up. We can just play. Right. And they've been playing okay. Like I said, they're plus 87 runs, whatever. The Twins, they're one of the teams that have been outscored by their opponents over the season. It makes sense. They're below 500. The Guardians are right there, right? They're minus 27 in the run differential. For me, it's the bullpen. But it's more than that. Like you said, we need more time than this because this Guardians fall off of like they've forgotten how to play guards ball, right? We call it guards ball. It's on guard ball, whatever you want to call it. Guards. I don't know. What do you want to call it? Doesn't matter. They're not doing it. The bullpen, their walk rate has skyrocketed since the All-Star break. I mean, the numbers are here. I have it right. They were at 3.62 walks per 9 innings. The bullpen is now at over 5 walks per 9 innings. you can't give major league teams free runners. You can't do it. You can't continue to give away free base runners in the major leagues. Teams will make you pay for that.
Right.
They're not running the bases all that well. They don't. It's the little things that they've done since they've become, the lovable small ball team, right? In the world of, launch angle and whatever else is going on in baseball. They're not doing those things right. Well, not right. They're not doing those things well anymore. The defense has been a little shoddy here and there. Like I said, base running's been bad. The bullpen's been, you've got Tanner Bybee turning it around, but you've got other starters that aren't pitching so well. And it's everything. It's timely hitting. It's hitting with runners in scoring positions, even getting runners into scoring position at times. It's been a tough go, and it's everything at once. And the only thing that I can say that would make you feel better if you're a Guardians fan is sometimes baseball is so cyclical that if you've got one part of your team that's not going well, sometimes all of a sudden the bullpen will figure it out, right? Well, the good news is if you believe in like the baseball gods and you watch enough baseball, when everything is going bad, you've got enough time down the stretch that everything could simply turn around. That's not something to lean on. That's not what you want to. You don't build your season and go, hey, we'll start off, whatever. By mid-August, we'll be 4 games under 500. But we know we're going to flip that switch, man. Like you don't want to lean on that and build your team around that kind of a turnaround. But we've seen the Guardians do it before. I wouldn't count them out, but they've got some work to do, Eli.
They do, and that's the concerning part. Is like we talked about a little bit yesterday on Main Event. Is you're at a point now where the bullpen looks good, and then the bullpen kind of takes, a backseat, and then it's the vice versa with the offense. So if the bullpen's looking good, then the offense doesn't look good. If the offense looks good, the bullpen doesn't look good, and it's kind of just a mixture. And I wasn't being Debbie Downer too much yesterday, but I got to be honest, I definitely was not feeling the greatest when it comes to, the trade deadline was incredible in terms of the moves that were made and the guys they brought in. However, it's a little concerning if this doesn't work out in terms of at least a playoff berth, because you moved off of not only, I get they weren't top 25 prospects. You moved off of about 8 to 9 prospects in these trades.
Yeah.
And again, I'm okay with it, but if they can't retain Lowe, if they can't retain Griffin, and this turns into no playoff berth, a lockout, you lose out on 2 of the acquisitions you got.
Yeah.
You're probably sending Yoho based off his performances right now to AAA.
Yeah.
So that leaves you with Joe Adell, which I love Joe Adell. Absolutely thrilled. But then you're at
on his contract as well. So, I mean,
correct. So you're at a point now where it's like, man, dude, this could really be bad news bears for the Guardians, for lack of better words. I'm concerned because they don't have much time left. And I know Rob's smiling somewhere and he's probably, listening to this and hearing me and going, yeah, but on August 28th is when they made their run last year, 15 and a half back. But the reason we don't talk about that, the reason we do talk about it the way we do is because it's improbable. It doesn't happen. It's shocking the way it happened. It's historic, hence why it doesn't happen. That's like saying, if another 18-0 team in the NFL goes to the Super Bowl, well, they're going to lose because that's what happened last time. It's historic, historic things that happen. And I just fear that the Guardians, if they don't have a good run here, Chad B, we got about a minute left here, so I'll make it quick. But if we don't go on a big run here, we have Detroit on the road. Then we have, of course, series against San Diego, San Francisco, and Colorado. And then Los Angeles, the Angels. Joe Adell gets to say hi to his former team. If they can't take care of business in these series, I don't feel good about a playoff spot. I don't, because they play some teams that are in the playoff mix for a wild card when it comes to the Orioles that are still trying to hang around there. They play, the White Sox again next month. They play the Twins, I believe, next month. They play some teams that are ready to get ready for postseason baseball. So if they can't take care of it against some of these teams that are, for the most part, out of it. I know San Diego hanging on, trying to get into a wild card. But for the most part, these teams are out of it. The Giants, the Rockies, the Angels. If they can't take care of business, well, then it's over. It's over this year.
Yeah, I mean, you hope Joe Adell gets back. I'm looking at his Cleveland numbers. He's 3 for 22. A couple of doubles, 10 strikeouts, 3 walks. His strikeout to walk ratio, by the way, not great at the plate. You would think that if the Guardians have any plans for him sticking around, he's going to have to look into maybe trying to flip that a little bit. Otherwise, he's probably not a guy they're going to re-sign anyway. So, I don't know. I don't feel good about it either. But they've got the chance. They've got the divisional opponents. They can make up some ground. But if you're not ready to play baseball in those games, you can also bury yourself pretty quickly too.
Yep, exactly. And the one thing with Adele is, they mentioned, the strikeouts were a thing. So we'll kind of keep an eye on that. Obviously, now what you want to see is we get heated up for a central race, but we'll talk about it.
Strikeouts, but you've got to walk as well.
Yes.
Last year, 37 home runs, right? Looking at 37 home runs, 151 strikeouts, just 33 walks.
Yeah, maybe you should take some notes from All-Star Travis Bazzana. We'll keep an eye on it all, of course. We'll talk about that Guardians. We'll talk about those Guardians and more Guardians when we come in tomorrow at 10 o'clock sharp at the top of the hour. You'll get some more Guardians breakdown, and we'll have so much more. We're going to do a switcherooski here. Usually we switch over to the Spiral, but now we have Double A joining us after. I don't know what this is going to look like. Some of us may disappear. Here we go. Everybody hang on to their seats.
Hold on.
Just us. Here we are.
We look nice in front of the skyline, even though you can't see the skyline. Not skyline chili. Don't worry.
Dude, I look good in the blue. Blue on blue. I look great. Okay. All right, let's bring him in here because look what he's got. Look what this guy's got.
Skyline. Hey.
Look. That's nice.
All
now,
right.
I don't know if it's as nice as this, though. Here he is,
Here
the host of Midnight Run, program director, fresh haircut, just like Todd Monken, dropping the cookies. It's somebody.
What strike? Why? Okay, burgers and fries with Eli. You come in with cookies. Well, I don't.
Oh, and it's your favorite, Chad.
I have chapstick. That's all I've got, man. I can't.
I on behalf of Chad Bryan, I knew this was your favorite. This is good stuff.
Those are good. Yeah, I gotta look at them.
This is good stuff. See, the problem though, I will admit something. I prefer the off-brand.
Okay.
I prefer the off-brand. The chocolate, this is the name brand.
Okay.
The chocolate's a little bit too rich.
All right. So we're
by
going
grocery
Choco
store
lines
standards.
like Choco lines. Is that what they are? I don't know.
Yeah. Just a little bit. And let me make something clear.
All right.
I love chocolate.
Yeah, chocolate's
I
good.
love chocolate.
Yeah.
All shades of chocolate I love.
Yeah. White chocolate.
Dark chocolate.
All the
Caramel
chocolate.
Uh-huh. Love it all.
Good
Peach
stuff.
chocolate.
There you go.
Hey, man.
Peanut butter chocolate.
Call me in high school.
Jeez almighty. Okay.
Anyway.
Hey, if peach chocolate was in the Crayola collection, it's gotta be.
It has to be.
It's gotta be. Somebody gotta do research on
You
that.
can buy a box of 128 crayons and peach chocolate isn't in there? Come on.
Yeah, and if not, we'll write a letter to Crayola because that's ridiculous.
Yep.
I don't know if it's in the 128. I know for a fact it's in the 256.
Okay.
That's right. Yeah, because
I
you know
it's
what?
in the 256. I think
Nick
it's
the
exclusive.
128 though. All right.
Yeah, it's we know for sure there's not 257 options for crayons that are better than peach chocolate. I don't know, man.
I know what color. I know something that was kicked out.
Uh-oh.
Oh no.
Real quick before my show starts. No, I have a quick question. Just one quick question.
We'll color that box in later. Yeah, that's fine.
Yeah. You left us on a cliffhanger. You're like, I know what color's left out, and then me and Chad were both like, anyways, I got a quick question. For you.
I have a Guardians question for Chad.
Okay.
One of these days, Chad and I are going to actually have a shift together.
Yeah.
One of these days, it's going to happen.
Yeah.
Well, I'm looking at this. I'm like, okay, the White Sox is not falling off. The Twins is not falling off. The Tigers suddenly got better.
Yeah.
Should I be more concerned as a Guardians fan about not being able to consistently score runners in scoring position or the bullpen?
The answer is yes.
Okay.
Yes.
Yeah.
It's like I said, unfortunately the problem is everywhere. It's timely hitting. It's even getting runners into scoring position now. It's the bullpen, the walks from the bullpen. It's going to kill you, right? Base running, defense. It's literally that's 5 things. That's pretty much starting pitching's been okay. Other than that, 5 out of 6 things kind of stink right now with the Guardians.
Yeah, because I know Stephen Vogt's getting a lot of hate right now, and I'm not going to sit here and defend him. But it's like, okay, in-game management, I understand, I get it. Who do you turn to?
I don't know. Everybody's walking everybody in the bullpen. You can't even put a guy out there that doesn't do it. So I don't know how he's supposed to manage a bullpen that can't get it done. What's he going to do?
And
I don't know.
Yep.
I just feel bad, Eli, for like Gavin Williams, because it seems like every time he's out there, he has a standout performance.
Yep.
And then
A
We
4-run
lose.
8th inning or whatever. Yeah. Yep.
Yeah, and Chad and I were talking Double A, and we didn't get enough time to really dive into Guardians. We were very football focused today with preseason heating up this weekend and stuff. But what we talked about is tomorrow we're gonna actually start the show with some more Guardians talk in terms of how they can turn this around. Because I feel like there's a lot of doom and gloom right now in terms of the acquisitions aren't coming along all the way. Yoho has I want him to go home. That's how I feel like right now with Craig Yoho. And all due respect,
Craig.
Yeah, Craig. But not to say Roger, or as Chad calls him, Roger.
Craig.
He's
What's
trouble.
going on with that?
It's okay.
But
Yoho, you're not getting out, the production you want. Adele, we just mentioned, 3 of 20, I believe, at the plate. Chad had mentioned, Yeah, pretty bad. And then of course you have Lowe's doing all right, and Foster Griffin. We'll see what he looks like in start 2 and 3. But Double A, what we're gonna do is we're gonna ease the doom and gloom, and we're gonna try to figure out how this team can get back in the AL Central race. So we're gonna actually start prime time with that tomorrow at 10 o'clock. Ways to get back in the AL Central race and probably inject some positivity back into the team.
There you go.
There you go. We're going to also ease out of the doom and gloom and talk to Sean Watson next. No, I'm kidding.
Oh, my goodness, bro. I'm going to start smoking cigarettes again. I'm telling you.
No. Let's start the show. Chad, have a good night. Great job. And Eli is still going to be here. So Midnight Run starts after the ID.
See ya.
This is Midnight Run on the Inside Edge Network. Here's your host, Anthony Alford.
And welcome to Midnight Run here on the Inside Edge Network. Great to have you along. My name's Anthony Alford, and welcome on in on a muggy, absolutely muggy Monday night here in the land. Again, we're on Instagram, Facebook, TikTok, and Twitter at InsideEdgeNet. Our website's InsideEdgeNetwork.com. And we have a Roku app. Just log on in the Roku, search Inside Edge Network. We are right there, locked in, ready to go. Coming up in about 6 minutes from now, Mike Sando of The Athletic will join the show to talk about the quarterback QB tiers list, Deshaun Watson and Shedeur Sanders. If you guys recalled, on that list, out of the 35 quarterbacks that were surveyed, 50 executives, or a mixer of executives, coaches, and general managers, there was 50 selected. And out of the 35 quarterbacks, Deshaun Watson was ranked number 31. Shedeur Sanders was ranked number 35. A lot of nuggets to get after on that interview. We had it earlier today. You'll get to see it coming up in about 6 minutes here on Midnight Run. Let me say this real quick before we'll take an early break, and then we'll get to the interview. But let me say this real quick before we take that break. I think what's interesting now, and as we're getting closer, and I want to dive more into this after we talk with Mike, I think now we're getting to the point, if you're a Browns fan, like emotionally, we got to check in. I know, one of our pillars here at the network is mental health. It is. Sports is a big driver of mental health. It really is. Sports is a big driver. And no matter what we think about what could happen, it might be time to prepare ourselves for what could happen. Because, hate to say it, all eyes, I think, are going to point towards who getting the starting job. And it's going to happen. So we almost got to prepare ourselves. How are we going to respond? How are we going to react as fans? What is our emotional gut check? And I'll be honest, I learned a lot and this is why you got to watch all of our shows here on the Inside Edge Network. If you're new, we have a show on Sunday nights called The Main Event, myself, Eli Moon, and Rob Ruzicki. And I learned some things from that show last night that we have to consider as fans. What's going to happen because this is different. And we'll dive more into this coming up a little bit. This is different. This is not a typical quarterback battle case of person A lost a job to person B. Person B has this skill set compared to person A. I think person A is better than person B, but person B got the job. Okay, oh well. This is Deshaun Watson with all the baggage on the field and off the field that we have to address. So we're going to talk about that coming up. But up next, Mike Sando of The Athletic, senior NFL writer of The Athletic. He did the QB tiers list, did the research. You're going to hear what the league thinks of Shedeur Sanders, Deshaun Watson, and you heard Eli play the clip a little bit earlier. What they think about the rest of the league, including the tier 1 and who can elevate themselves. So we'll have that for you coming up next. You're watching Midnight Run here on the Inside Edge Network.
Dine, drink, and dance at the premier spot in town. It's time to check out all of what our friends over at the Brothers Lounge have to offer. Everything from weekly live entertainment, a wide variety of different beers, wines, and spirits, and an expertly crafted American fare menu with a twist courtesy of Chef Wynn that'll make your mouth water. So, what are you waiting for? Head over to the Brothers Lounge at 11609 Detroit Road or check out their website, brotherslounge.com, to learn more about what you've been missing out on. Brothers Lounge, proud sponsor of the Inside Edge Network, Cleveland's digital leader. Whether searching for a baseball autograph by your favorite World Series slugger, a signed football by an iconic Hall of Famer, or the jersey of a world-famous soccer star, you've come to the right place. Here at sportsmemorabilia.com, the web's leading source for authentic sports memorabilia, you'll find more than 500,000 authentic products from nearly every professional sports league, team, and players. Not only will you find your next prized sports possession with ease, thanks to superb customer service and tremendous site experience, you'll have satisfaction and peace of mind that every product listed comes complete with a certificate of authenticity and is fully backed by the sportsmemorabilia.com lifetime authenticity guarantee. Check out sportsmemorabilia.com by heading over to the partners page on our website, InsideEdgeNetwork.com. SportsMemorabilia.com, a proud sponsor of the Inside Edge Network, Cleveland's digital leader. Discover our collection of handcrafted body mists made with clean, minimal ingredients. They offer a natural alternative to synthetic fragrances, perfect for sensitive skin and those seeking clean, mindful self-care, and the perfect gift for you and your special someone. Learn more about all Alley Rose Fragrances has to offer right now by clicking the link on our partner page at InsideEdgeNetwork.com. First-time customers use that promo code InsideEdge20 to receive 20% off your order. AlleyRoseFragrances.com, a proud sponsor of the Inside Edge Network, Cleveland's digital leader. Monster Moments Photography is a husband and wife wedding photography team based in Cleveland, owned and operated by Inside Edge Network's very own Ryan Mosser and his wife Hallie. For the past 10 years, they've captured more than 100 weddings across Northeast Ohio and beyond, always working together as a true two-person team. Their style centers on authentic, emotional storytelling, documenting the real moments between two people in love and creating images that feel natural, comfortable, and true to the couple. Rooted in Northeast Ohio, but inspired by their travels, Ryan and Hallie bring a warm, personal approach to every wedding day. Their work blends experience, consistency, and a genuine passion for helping couples relive their best day through timeless photography. Learn more by checking out Monster Moments Photography's link on our partners page at the InsideEdgeNetwork.com website. Monster Moments Photography, a proud sponsor of the Inside Edge Network, Cleveland's digital leader. Find us on InsideEdgeNetwork.com for the latest information on your favorite shows, personalities, and network partners. Plus, we have a merch shop. That's right, we have network polos, t-shirts, champion jackets, hats, and bottles. Rep the network. Every purchase supports independent sports and entertainment media. Thank you for your support from all of us here at the Inside Edge Network, Cleveland's digital leader for news, talk, sports, entertainment, and mental health.
And welcome to the Inside Edge Network. Double A Anthony Alford here with you. I am so excited because when the man next to me every year from The Athletic, Mike Sando, who joins us right now, when I see Mike, the QB tiers list every single year here for us in the media and football fans, Mike, it feels like Christmas morning all over again. Thank you again for dropping that and doing that.
Absolutely. I love doing it. Love talking about it. Keeps my mind sharp to get all the questions and stuff. So it's real good.
It's fantastic. We'll talk the national stuff here in just a little bit. But, of course, here in Cleveland, we have a beautiful quarterback situation here in Cleveland, of course. It's lovely. We'll talk Shedeur Sanders in just a second. I want to get to Deshaun Watson because since the list has dropped, there's been some developments in camp. With Deshaun Watson, the key's been, who's getting the reps, who's getting the starter reps and things. So, Mike, in your case, you've been collecting the votes and stuff from the, 50 executives, GMs, and coaches. What's your overall vibe from what you heard from your research on Deshaun Watson?
Well, that it's hard to know. It's hard. That he really should be in tier 4 is almost not enough information at this stage, even though he's been playing a long time. You just don't know really what you're going to get. And you're not willing to bet that it's going to be good, right? You're not going to say, hey, I actually think he's a 2, no one's going to do that. So I think most people in the league feel like the Browns are playing for a quarterback in 2027 because there's some financial commitment to Deshaun that makes him convenient to be there. But I don't think anybody, if they were to release Deshaun Watson, I don't think anyone else signs him necessarily.
What I found interesting, and I'm reading through, we'll just go through real quick some of the votes with Deshaun Watson. 35 tier 4, just, unproven. 2 tier 5s. There was 12 tier 3 votes and 1 tier 2 vote. Now, Mike, when I saw the tier 2, and I believe, correct me if I'm wrong, it was from an anonymous head coach.
Yes. Yeah.
That stopped me in my tracks. What was your analysis?
I say sometimes I can't remember who that it was, but sometimes you'll get a voter, and a lot of times it's offensive side of the ball. Sometimes it's offensive head coaches who will have everybody rated like a tier higher than everyone else has them. And I think you call it arrogance or whatever. I think there's some people who feel like if I had this guy, we'd be good. I could make him good. So you will sometimes see that. Sometimes you'll see an offensive coach with an unusually higher number of tier 1 votes, and the guys that everyone else has in tier 3 kind of bleed into tier 2. So that's why I talk to 50 people. You're going to get a nice range. It's going to average out. It's probably, there's a couple people that gave Deshaun a 5. Okay, the 2 cancels that out. Basically, he's probably not a 5. There's a couple people that might just be, I'm done with this guy. Whatever, he can't play. But the truth always comes out in the end with the averaging, but all together.
Okay, and then my final question on Deshaun: do you think part of the research here actually kind of relates to both Deshaun and Shedeur Sanders? The Todd Monken factor.
Yeah.
You referenced Caleb Williams and Ben Johnson, how much that was a change. Yeah. Could that be the same impact with Todd Monken with either of these quarterbacks?
I think it could be. I think I'm most interested to see what it is with Shedeur Sanders. I don't think he's as talented, obviously, as Caleb Williams, and the league doesn't feel that either. But I think that there were some concerns about Caleb as in his leadership and the way that he approached things after that first season. And there were some people, I think, were coaches from that staff who were quoted anonymously, I believe, in a couple stories that came out, not in the Athletic, but just questioning almost everything about the guy. And yet then you get him with a no nonsense coach and he buys in. The coach has juice. Ben Johnson comes in and gets everybody's attention, and you get a different Caleb. Probably different in terms of accountability. Ben Johnson's all about accountability for everybody there, including his coaches. And so that sets a different tone. Now, I don't know if Todd Monken comes into Cleveland and has the same juice. He probably doesn't, because right at this point, half the team probably doesn't know if they're going to fire him after 1 year, right? Mm-hmm. He doesn't have necessarily the cachet of Ben Johnson at this stage, but he is a no-nonsense offensive coach who has a decent track record. So can he come in and have credibility? Because if you think of Shedeur, he's been with Deion Sanders his whole life. I mean, you can't get more. You can't have a better pedigree or have there's no more respected person in terms of his own abilities, right? Deion Sanders, you can say what you want. He's going to get your attention. He's Deion Sanders. But like, is Todd Monken going to get Shedeur Sanders' attention when he's been living in the Deion world? I think that's to be seen. But if he does, I think it could help him. I think everybody who said this, it was, I just saw somebody, maybe it was around the Hall of Fame, talking about, one of the big keys to success is being coachable, as a player. And so if you're willing, if you have good coaching and tough coaching and take to it, I think anybody can improve. So I think Todd Monken's probably a good coach. I know he's no nonsense, and he's not gonna shy away. So to me, if you respond positive to that, you can improve.
Now, do you believe, because I will fully be transparent, I believe in Shedeur Sanders. I believe in his talent and everything he can produce. So, yeah, I looked at your list. I looked at the survey and to see that he was ranked dead last. I didn't take it personal. I'm not that kind of guy, but I'm looking. Yeah. I'm like, I see some of the quotes like, "Oh, you can sleep like a baby."
Playing this guy, you can play this guy every week. Yeah, no one thinks he's that good physically, for sure. Now, it's interesting. Like before his draft, at the combine, I always talk to some GMs and I have them mock the first 10 picks, and all of them were telling me like, Shedeur's not going in the top 10. Sorry. And so I was not going to put him in there. And then the last guy I talked to was like, "Hey, don't overthink it. This guy, is quarterback. Someone's going to want him early." And I think I ended up mocking him to Cleveland, but in the first round. And then he fell so much. So it feels like there's a mix of information and expectations around him.
That's a big point, and it's something, obviously, a big storyline here in Cleveland. We got a couple more minutes with Mike Sando of The Athletic. We're talking about his QB tiers list. Again, 50 executives, general managers, and coaches participated in this. And I want to go up to tier 1. I think there's a little bit like you think about Mahomes, and typically you think of Patrick Mahomes, and it's a surefire, right? But coming off of a torn ACL, Matthew Stafford is a phenomenal quarterback, but maybe up there in age. And then Joe Burrow, who knows with his injury history, and then Josh Allen lacking the championship. Really was missing there. Do you feel the tier 1 list is very small? It should be. Do you feel with tier 1, with the elite quarterbacks, that there are still questions surrounding the very best quarterbacks in the NFL?
The only questions really are the weaponry for Mahomes, the durability for Burrow. Those are the two questions out there. I think otherwise, and even with that, everyone's, pretty unanimously, for the most part, only a handful of people would ever put those guys in tier 2. So, and then the biggest question then is, okay, well, why wouldn't Lamar Jackson be in there? Because he was number 1. He was tier 1 last year overwhelmingly. Why would he thought of it? Because if you look at, Burrow had an injury shortened year, or Mahomes had a tough year by his standards and got hurt. Why wouldn't Lamar get the benefit of the doubt and stay in tier 1? And I think the answer is twofold. I think one, in the NFL, always the coaches and executives put a premium on your passing ability, I think for sure. And I think people think that Burrow's like the greatest passer probably in the whole league. And then number 2, the playoff success component. Even though like Josh Allen hasn't been to the Super Bowl, he has 29 touchdown passes and 6 interceptions in the playoffs. Lamar, I believe, has 10 and 7, something like that. So even Burrow doesn't have a big history of success in the playoffs, but he's been to a Super Bowl. So I think when you have the perceived passing ability and the playoff success, you are a little bit more durable to stay in the top tier.
10 seconds or less. This is very unfair, but I have to throw it in there. Give me a tier 2 or a tier 3 quarterback that you think could make a major jump into a higher tier in 2027.
Yeah. Tyler Shook of the Saints. Everybody who played him liked him and thought he was good, and everyone else just gave him a 4. Not enough information. It's too early in his career. So that was probably one of the biggest takeaways. Look out for him.
Definitely. Mike, how can people find you?
Find me on X at Sando NFL and find me on The Athletic and The Athletics app.
Mike Sando of The Athletic. Thanks again, Mike, for joining us.
Thank you.
Looking for an iconic Cleveland music venue that features premier entertainment, spirits, and food? Well, look no further than the Brothers Lounge. They offer a variety of live entertainment acts weekly, along with a diverse selection of beer, wine, and fine spirits, not to mention Chef Wynn's food menu, which has been crafted with traditional American fare with a modern twist. So come on out and enjoy the warm hospitality and make some new friends right here in your backyard. For more information, head over to brotherslounge.com and check them out for yourself at 11609 Detroit Road. That's right near the border of Cleveland and Lakewood. The Brothers Lounge, proud sponsor of the Inside Edge Network, Cleveland's digital leader.
Key On Sports is the leader in Ohio high school athletic coverage in written, print, and video streaming. From the latest news and results and written content to the high school football game of the week every Friday, Key On Sports has you covered. The vision of 15-time published author Vince McKee has become the most trusted site in Ohio high school athletic news. From podcasts to player profiles, Key On Sports is your one-stop for all of it. Visit them today at keyonsports.com or on YouTube at Key On Sports. Check out their socials on Twitter and Facebook as well.
Please support the new Inside Edge Network by liking, subscribing, and following us on your favorite social media platforms. That's at Inside Edge Net across Facebook, TikTok, YouTube, X, and IG. And don't forget to download our new app over on Roku. And as always, thank you for supporting your favorite shows on the Inside Edge Network, Cleveland's digital leader for news, talk, sports, entertainment, and mental health. Fanatics isn't just our name, it's who we are. Loyal, passionate fans, dedicated to our favorite teams and to the sports we love. That's why we're honored to be able to offer fans the world's largest collection of official sports apparel and sports jerseys from all leagues, teams, and players you love. We feature a wide selection of gear from every league, including the NFL, MLB, NBA, NHL, and NCAA merchandise, which allows us to serve fans of football, baseball, hockey, basketball, lacrosse, soccer, golf, and everything else that gets your heart pumping. Go to InsideEdgeNetwork.com under our Partners section to find our link to check out all of what Fanatics has to offer. Fanatics, a proud sponsor of the Inside Edge Network, Cleveland's digital leader. Clean energy, bold flavors, no jitters. See why people won't shut up about Dubby. Whether you're starting your workday or getting ready to exercise, Dubby Energy helps you lock in and focus. Over 15 different flavors to choose from. Order Dubby Energy right now and find out more information by checking out our partners page on InsideEdgeNetwork.com. Also, use that promo code InsideEdge10 to receive 10% off your order. Dubby Energy, your energy-focused sponsor of the Inside Edge Network, Cleveland's digital leader. Discover our collection of handcrafted candles made with clean, minimal ingredients. Every product thoughtfully created in small batches free from harmful toxins for mindful everyday indulgence. Imported coconut soy wax with natural wood wicks to offer long-lasting burn and rich fragrance. Find out more about Alley Rose Fragrances by checking out their link on our partners page at InsideEdgeNetwork.com. And if you're a first-time customer, use the promo code InsideEdge20 to receive 20% off your order. AlleyRoseFragrances.com, a proud sponsor of the Inside Edge Network, Cleveland's digital leader.
I want to get to Deshaun Watson because since the list has dropped, there's been some developments in camp with Deshaun Watson. The key's been, who's getting the reps, who's getting the starter reps and things. So, Mike, in your case, you've been collecting the votes and stuff from the, 50 executives, GMs, and coaches. What's your overall vibe from what you heard from your research on Deshaun Watson?
Well, that it's hard to know. It's hard that he really should be in tier 4. Is almost not enough information at this stage, even though he's been playing a long time. you just don't know really what you're going to get, and you're not willing to bet that it's going to be good, right? You're not going to say, hey, I actually think he's a 2. No one's going to do that. So I think most people in the league feel like the Browns are playing for a quarterback in 2027 because there's some financial commitment to Deshaun that makes him convenient to be there.
And that was, of course, Mike Sando. I want to thank Mike Sando for joining us here on the Inside Edge Network at Midnight Run. By the way, welcome to the show here on Midnight Run. You see there, that's not a glitch. We start now at 11:30 here on the Inside Edge Network. The rules are still the same. When the clock turns to midnight and it's August 11th, always like and subscribe at Inside Edge Net across all of our social media platforms at Inside Edge Net. Our website, InsideEdgeNetwork.com, and our Roku app. Just search Inside Edge Network. Inside Edge Network. Just search for that. Mike Sando from The Athletic talking about Deshaun Watson. And I texted Eli right before we came back from break, and I'm like, I got some numbers for you that is going to scare you. So, Chops, who, does work over at ESPN Cleveland. He reported the number of reps. Now, let's be clear about certain things, right? We don't know. It's practice, right? What did the real AI say? Allen Iverson, what did he say? It's practice. You could go according to script, whatever the case may be, whatever the drills are, right? Like, if Deshaun Watson threw for 7 touchdowns, just be mindful it's red zone. Right? It's not. He's not launching touchdowns from the 30-yard line. But these are the reps. Okay. So as of right now, Deshaun, the total number of first-team reps through August 10th, through practice earlier today. Deshaun Watson, 156. Shador, 114. Dylan Gabriel, 0, by the way, in case you're wondering. Now, here's the interesting point that Chops brought up earlier. So, prior to Saturday, so remember, Saturday, the big topic of discussion, Todd Monken told the media that Shador Sanders was going to get the first-team reps on Saturday, but practice happened and Deshaun Watson got the first-team reps. So what the hell is going on, with that? And I made it a point, like, look, honestly, you can do whatever the hell you want. It's your practice. Don't lie to the media. It's not going to end well. Do not lie to the media. It's just not going to end well. But before Saturday, Shador Sanders, 37 first-team reps. Watson, 29. After Saturday, Shador, 37. So still had nothing. Deshaun Watson upped his number from 29 first-team reps to 63 first-team reps. I have a pretty good feeling who's starting on Saturday. Pretty good feeling. And yesterday, and I want to make this clear because people, I know people like, oh, you love Deshaun, you love Deshaun. Can care less. I want a winner out on the field. But what Mike Sando is saying too is what is the overall expectation of the league. If you put whoever you put out there, and we'll play the Shador clip here in a couple minutes. Whoever you put out there, the league feels that this QB room is not strong enough for anybody that's on this roster to lead you to W's. That's what the league feels. I think some of the comments about Shador, I think it's a little bit BS. In that interview, Eli and I, we both looked at each other when Mike, and again, this is not on Mike, this is his research. When you have a coach or executive tell Mike, yeah, Shador's not really a big body, he doesn't have any, he doesn't have a body. I'm like, what? Oh, that's a little off base. I'm not going to hold you. That's a little off base. But the fact is, talent-wise and where things can go, it is clearly obvious that no matter how you feel about the QB room, it's shaky at best and just not good at its worst. Despite the fact that I feel that the roster surrounding the quarterbacks are really good. Denzel Boston, if you didn't know any better, he might be poised for a big, big, big season. And Todd Monken elevated him to first-team reps. They're going to move Jerry Jeudy around, so the process of transitioning Jerry Jeudy out of here works for me. That's a win. I will not we ain't debating that. That's whatever. But I think now is time. This is where it gets tricky. Because I think emotionally we need to be prepared for Deshaun Watson to be the QB1 starter. And this is different. This is not a situation where, there's nobody left standing. There's nowhere else you can go. The alternative is a very attractive alternative. Very attractive alternative. It's the fair alternative. It's the give Shedeur Sanders 17 games to learn, to operate. If the issue is pre-snap, let him work and learn. And then build the offense. I think that's why this is very painful for a lot of fans. It's painful because this go around, there is an alternative that you could go to. And for a combination of reasons, whether Shedeur Sanders simply cannot beat out Deshaun Watson for the job, because actually what was brought up with Todd Monken on Saturday, why did the switch happen? It was like members of the team brought up that Watson needed more reps. So you may have a situation where the team is favoring Deshaun over Shedeur. I'm just reading the tea leaves here. That could be what's happening. But you think about the 4 years prior of him doing nothing, all those other, and let me be clear too about the off the field stuff. He served his punishment. He did his time. I'm not going to penalize him for that, but it is an indictment on his character. You can't just erase what it is as a character. You can't erase the fact that, for the most part, Browns fans, they boo Deshaun. If in practice, there's going to be fans at camp tomorrow, and they're going to, I don't know if it's going to be pretty for Deshaun. Every time there's a drop, interception, there's cheers. Anytime a ball is off target, there's cheers with Deshaun. So I'm just asking fans, are you emotionally ready? Are you emotionally ready? Because I'm reading these numbers from Chops, and I'm seeing what's happening. I'm seeing this play out. And it's like, whether we like it or not, he's getting that job. He, barring something crazy, he's going to get that job. And I think emotionally, I think some fans are going to tune out. That's just what it's going to be. I think some fans are going to tune out. I think there are other fans, and I lumped into the other fans, that if Deshaun somehow goes out and gets some W's, all right, that's what I'm rooting for. I'm rooting for whoever's in there to get the W's necessary to win. But I cannot deny the other side, because it's there. It exists. One of them is my best friend. It's there, where no matter what this guy does, first off, there's very little expectation that he's going to do well. And then even if he does well, then we're going to pay him. I mean, from that standpoint, it could be a no-win. But you can't even entertain you got to pay him conversation until he plays well. And emotionally, I think despite the fact that this is the second coaching staff, it's not Kevin Stefanski anymore. I think with Deshaun Watson, people are just fed up. And I've never seen this before. And, I haven't been around since the 70s and 80s, but been around long enough to realize that we didn't see this with anybody else. We did not see this where somebody could come across as so unlikable to the fans and never back it up and basically steal Cleveland's money and, not do the things that he needs to do to endure himself to the fans. And that's why you're getting the reaction that you're getting. And I don't know. I think it could be some heart. I think you're beyond the heartbreak. Now it's just you're in danger of detachment. I would be very curious to see if Watson could he act. How's he going to look on Saturday? How's he going to look? These are the things I'm very curious about. One other thing I want to point out, too, just real quick. I think the schedule is vital in all of this because 99% of the time, home cooking is everything. You want that home cooking. Not with Deshaun, right? So the true test, this week they're on the road in Chicago. Next week is the home game. It's the first of 2 preseason home games. I don't think Deshaun's going to play the third game or Shedeur is going to play the third preseason game against the Patriots. So these next 2 weeks are vital with this. Absolutely going to be vital to see how the fans are going to respond to that front. And then on the road to Jacksonville to open the season, on the road against Tampa Bay. Again, you're facing Baker Mayfield. All heck could break loose there before you're finally home on September 27th for the home opener against the Carolina Panthers. I have a headache. This is so bad. This is so bad. And that's why ownership and the GM did what they needed to do to get guys like Todd Monken in. Get guys who, okay, what's your plan for this quarterback? I agree with Eli in one sense. Yes, yes. Whoever was going to be the head coach, you got to build the offense. It's not just one guy. You got to build the offense. But I don't think those other candidates had a plan for Deshaun Watson. What's your plans with Deshaun Watson? Cut him? Trade him? Sit him for the year? I think that's what their answers were. And that's why they went back to their old jobs. Real quick before we go to break, let's hear Sando. Actually, we'll do it when we come back from break here. We'll do it when we come back because I do want to get to Shedeur Sanders because I think that's interesting too. It's Shedeur, like you got to take this job. You got to take it. You got to take it. There's no other way we go about it. Also coming up after the break, James Harden. What are we doing? Cleveland. What are you doing? James Harden. What are you doing? What's happening? Big week in the NBA. The schedule will be released this week. Tomorrow morning, they're announcing the opening day and Christmas Day schedule. May or may not be a part of any of those announcements. Should, but who knows? But we got all that coming up. Plus, later on, what's going on with QVC. And I haven't done this in a little while. I got Monday Night Raw reactions. And something that happened today that kind of pissed me off. I'm not even going to front. So we got all that still to come. We're glad you're with us. And this broadcast and all of our broadcasts brought to you by the Brothers Lounge. We're so excited to have the Brothers Lounge as our title sponsor here at the Inside Edge Network. Let me tell you something, guys. almost every other night, there are phenomenal shows. You might see Eli there. You go to see Eli, but whether it's jazz night, trivia night, open mic night. I had an opportunity to see open mic night last Tuesday. That was phenomenal stuff. A lot of great talent across Northeast Ohio performing at open mic night. Tuesday nights at the Brothers Lounge. A lot of great stuff there. But definitely check them out. The Brothers Lounge, West 117th in Detroit, on the border of Lakewood and Cleveland. And they're right there, Detroit Avenue and West 117th. We got more Midnight Run coming up right after the break.
Looking for an iconic Cleveland music venue that features premier entertainment, spirits, and food? Well, look no further than the Brothers Lounge. They offer a variety of live entertainment acts weekly, along with a diverse selection of beer, wine, and fine spirits, not to mention Chef Wynn's food menu, which has been crafted with traditional American fare with a modern twist. So come on out and enjoy the warm hospitality and make some new friends right here in your backyard. For more information, head over to brotherslounge.com and check them out for yourself at 11609 Detroit Road. That's right near the border of Cleveland and Lakewood. The Brothers Lounge, proud sponsor of the Inside Edge Network, Cleveland's digital leader.
Key On Sports is the leader in Ohio high school athletic coverage in written, print, and video streaming. From the latest news and results and written content to the high school football game of the week every Friday, Key On Sports has you covered. The vision of 15-time published author Vince McKee has become the most trusted site in Ohio high school athletic news. From podcasts to player profiles, Key On Sports is your one-stop for all of it. Visit them today at keyonsports.com or on YouTube at Key On Sports. Check out their socials on Twitter and Facebook as well.
Please support the new Inside Edge Network by liking, subscribing, and following us on your favorite social media platforms. That's at Inside Edge Net across Facebook, TikTok, YouTube, X, and IG. And don't forget to download our new app over on Roku. And as always, thank you for supporting your favorite shows on the Inside Edge Network, Cleveland's digital leader for news, talk, sports, entertainment, and mental health. Fanatics isn't just our name, it's who we are. Loyal, passionate fans, dedicated to our favorite teams and to the sports we love. That's why we're honored to be able to offer fans the world's largest collection of official sports apparel and sports jerseys from all leagues, teams, and players you love. We feature a wide selection of gear from every league, including the NFL, MLB, NBA, NHL, and NCAA merchandise, which allows us to serve fans of football, baseball, hockey, basketball, lacrosse, soccer, golf, and everything else that gets your heart pumping. Go to InsideEdgeNetwork.com under our Partners section to find our link to check out all of what Fanatics has to offer. Fanatics, a proud sponsor of the Inside Edge Network, Cleveland's digital leader. Clean energy, bold flavors, no jitters. See why people won't shut up about Dubby. Whether you're starting your workday or getting ready to exercise, Dubby Energy helps you lock in and focus. Over 15 different flavors to choose from. Order Dubby Energy right now and find out more information by checking out our partners page on InsideEdgeNetwork.com. Also, use that promo code InsideEdge10 to receive 10% off your order. Dubby Energy, your energy-focused sponsor of the Inside Edge Network, Cleveland's digital leader. Discover our collection of handcrafted candles made with clean, minimal ingredients. Every product thoughtfully created in small batches free from harmful toxins for mindful everyday indulgence. Imported coconut soy wax with natural wood wicks to offer long-lasting burn and rich fragrance. Find out more about Alley Rose Fragrances by checking out their link on our partners page at InsideEdgeNetwork.com. And if you're a first-time customer, use the promo code InsideEdge20 to receive 20% off your order. AlleyRoseFragrances.com, a proud sponsor of the Inside Edge Network, Cleveland's digital leader.
This is Midnight Run on the Inside Edge Network. Here's your host, Anthony Alford.
Okay, welcome back to the show. I need to verify something real quick. Are you telling Tim Anderson from the Chicago White Sox retired today? Are you telling me that he retired the same week he was put down by Jose Ramirez? Are you serious? Is that no way? Tim Anderson of the Chicago White Sox, or formerly the White Sox, retired officially on August 10th, 2026. Some are saying his real retirement was August 15th, 2023, when he was decked by Jose Ramirez. How about that? To which we realized that Tom Hamilton missed out on his real calling of life, the voice of HBO boxing. Even though Jim Lampley did a great job with that. But apparently our boxing voice of this generation, voice of the Cleveland Indians / Guardians, Tom Hamilton. Folks, we're not even allowed to play the video, but I could simulate the video right now. It goes just like this. And they're fighting. They're shoving. Down goes Anderson. Down goes Anderson. Jose decked him. Yeah, knocked his ass out. It was beautiful. 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 Maybe Hammy could do professional wrestling. I don't know. I'm watching the footage right now. Yeah, they squared up. Oh man. Jose got one good right hand and knocked Anderson down. One good right hand. Yeah, Anderson just missed. And folks, here. All right. Lesson of the day by yours truly, AA Anthony Alfred. Folks, when you get into a fight, I see too many fight videos where this happens. I see too many. If you don't have any business jumping in on the fight, don't jump in. Do not jump in. The worst thing you could do is jump in. To be fully objective, Tim Anderson had the upper hand at first, and then his teammates jumped in. And then Jose Ramirez, here's what I love, because I can relate to this. I have thick thighs. I can relate to this. Jose Ramirez, low center of gravity. He maintained his poise. He maintained his footing. Even when he was getting pulled away, he maintained his footing and dropped Anderson. Anderson was knocked off. They teach you in boxing. I think the same with actual wrestling, that Eli part. You got to have balance. Maintain your balance with your foot, with your feet. And, yeah, Jose did it. Anderson was caught off guard. There it is. So, Tim Anderson, happy trails or happy retirement. Happy retirement. Good stuff. Good stuff. Real quick, let's play Mike Sando 02 on his thoughts on Shedeur Sanders.
Now, I don't know if Todd Monken comes into Cleveland and has the same juice. He probably doesn't, because right at this point, half the team probably doesn't know if they're going to fire him after 1 year, right? Mm-hmm. He doesn't have necessarily the cachet of Ben Johnson at this stage, but he is a no-nonsense offensive coach who has a decent track record. So can he come in and have credibility? Because if you think of Shedeur, he's been with Deion Sanders his whole life. I mean, you can't have a better pedigree or there's no more respected person in terms of his own abilities, right? Deion Sanders, you can say what you want. He's going to get your attention. He's Deion Sanders. But is Todd Monken going to get Shedeur Sanders' attention when he's been living in the Deion world? I think that's to be seen. But if he does, I think it could help him. I think everybody who said this, it was I just saw somebody, maybe it was around the Hall of Fame, talking about, the key, one of the big keys to success is being coachable, as a player. Mm-hmm. And so if you're willing, if you have good coaching and tough coaching and take to it, I think anybody can improve. So I think Todd Monken's probably a good coach. I know he's no nonsense, and he's not gonna shy away. So to me, if you respond positive to that, you can improve.
And one of the things that was talked about too there, and that was my interview earlier today, could Todd Monken turn either of these quarterbacks into what Ben Johnson turned Caleb Williams from year 1 to year 2? That'll be the question. My fear, because of the amount of reps that's kind of shifted, I don't want to speak this into existence. I know Todd Monken said that Deshaun and Shedeur will both get a start in the preseason. I know what he said, but he already once lied to the media. What's stopping him from lying again? My fear, if this continues to trend that the way that it is, I don't think Shedeur is getting a start in the preseason. If he does, it might be the third. If he plays in the third game, I don't know. But my fear, there's a part of me that believes Deshaun's going to get both starts against Chicago and Buffalo. So, yeah, we should be emotionally prepared. James Harden. I was told that James Harden he's with nobody right now. He's a free agent. I was told that James Harden, he was going to let the LeBron thing play out. And then, no matter what happens, all right, James Harden be ready to re-sign with the Cleveland Cavaliers. Be ready to go. Draymond Green did the same thing for Golden State. Golden State didn't land LeBron. And within a matter of days, Draymond Green re-signed with Golden State. No problem. They're back at it. Gonna rock once again. It is August 11th, 2026. James Harden has still not signed. Here's ESPN NBA Today, Dave McMenamin talking about what's going on with James Harden. Also, another Watson. Jeez. But this Watson, I think we would be excited about here in Cleveland. Take a look.
James Harden resigns. Yeah. Are they considered in that upper echelon of East contenders?
I mean, they made the Eastern Conference Finals last year. They were one of the final 4 teams standing. They haven't done much to adjust their roster, though, since they lost Dean Wade. Obviously, they missed out on LeBron. We all are aware of that. I'm told, though, that they are a, quote, serious candidate to land Peyton Watson.
Interesting.
And so there's other teams that have interested in Watson as well, but they are a serious candidate.
Yeah, the Peyton Watson thing raises the ceiling on this Cavs thing tremendously for me. I'm really high on Peyton Watson. Like, I think about that stretch last year when Jokic was out, the average 22 points a game. He was taking on the best guys defensively. He can be a real defensive stalwart with that Cavs team. Like, I know they made the conference finals, but it's weird to say they were a conference finals team that were not really a conference finals team, that felt like fool's gold for them. They need to improve, and I think Peyton Watson can do a lot to help them this season.
And I was doing I did the diary with Donovan Mitchell last season, and one of the lasting things he said to me was like, we didn't have enough time with James Harden. People got to remember that was a mid-season acquisition.
Yeah.
He feels like having him in training camp, figuring him out. He said they weren't even close to figuring out how to play with him just yet, but he felt like in training camp next season, it'll be much better.
Yeah, I mean, when you look at the numbers, right, including the regular season and playoffs, James Harden, Donovan Mitchell, Evan Mobley, Jared Allen, they played just over 400 minutes together last season, and most of that, Dave, was just in the postseason.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, listen, Harden had some good moments against Detroit. He had some bad moments against Detroit. The entire team, they were up 24 points in the second half. We all remember game 1 against the Knicks. Yeah. Maybe if they hold on to that, it's a different type of series.
When those 2 game 6s, they're not as fatigued either. So.
Sure.
Very good point. But what they need to happen, though, is to bring in more talent.
Yeah.
Because look at what the other teams have done in the East. They've gotten better, and they've basically stayed stagnant, if not taken a step back.
And Peyton Watson would be a step towards that, but maybe not the talent that we were all thinking that the Cavaliers could land this offseason.
And that's a great point, again, courtesy of ESPN NBA Today. That entire panel all laid it out there. First off, with this Watson, man, again, too many Watson. Did I tell you, by the way, I grew up on on Watson Street? Man. Do you understand that if, now that I think of Watson, I just, man, it's bad. It's bad. It's giving the name Watson a bad name. Like Ben Watson was a phenomenal, football player. Like, what are we doing? What are we doing? But Peyton Watson would be a huge addition, of course, from Denver. He's somebody who could lock down defensively, solves a little bit of your wing issue there too. So should that happen, that would be good. And yes, everybody else in the Eastern Conference has upgraded except the Cavaliers. And again, I believe, LeBron and the Cavs, they had their meeting at the top of July at this point. See, it's crazy. It's been that long now. But around July 4th, that weekend, maybe a couple days after, they had that meeting, and then Donovan Mitchell signed a couple days later. So you've had from that point all the way to now to upgrade. And the Cavaliers have not done that. Now, the James Harden point. On one side, I hear them. On one end, I do hear them. Only 7 regular season games played together, the core 4, all together. Only 7 regular season games. They did get more experience in the playoffs because you went 7 games in the first round and you went 7 games in the second round. So there was more experience there. And then the conference finals, it happened. But yeah, the perception around the NBA, and you're gonna see if the Cavaliers are featured in any of these like high profile scheduling games tomorrow. Will you see the Cavaliers on Christmas? Will you see the Cavaliers on opening night? Will you see the Cavs on Martin Luther King Jr. Day? I don't know. But those are the spotlight days. James Harden. But James Harden has to determine what is the market for him. If his inconsistent, because here's the deal. I know he's very likable across the league. He is. His play was so inconsistent and his mistakes were so glaring that which playoff contender, if he's holding out for a different playoff contender, which playoff contender is going to look at James Harden and say he can help us win a title? Because you don't know which James Harden you're going to get. So I know James Harden's trying to play the field right now. And if the field is, all right, let me see if I can get closer to a championship, where is he going to go? What's available? What's out there where a team could truly upgrade? What, Miami? No. I mean, again, if the issue in any of these other teams, if you're holding on to the ball too long, you're not spreading the ball, you're not just turning the ball over, by the way. It's embarrassing turnovers. Which James Harden are you going to get on a night in, night out basis? That I don't know. And more importantly, the teams don't know. Are you going to get a guy who's going to be assertive, who's going to take over, who's going to command the basket, be aggressive, drive, get the ball to your big guys and be that dude? Or are you going to get the James Harden that's just going to do this all day? And then kind of what we talked, it's kind of similar a little bit to Deshaun. I'm sick of saying Watson. Pace of play. We talked about that a lot with Deshaun. Kind of the deal with James Harden. If the game is too fast for sometimes James Harden is trying to move too fast. But if the game is moving too fast, what are we doing? My point is this. I think James Harden needs the Cavaliers just as much, if not more, than the Cavaliers needing him. Because maybe there is a world where, if James Harden is not on, I'm not speaking this into existence. I'm just saying what happens if James Harden is not on this team. Can Donovan Mitchell run the show? That's on a night in, night out basis. That's an iffy question. If James Harden, and by the way, you lost Darius Garland, before that to get James Harden. So if you lose James Harden, in turn, you lost both of your running mates. So on the resume, that doesn't look too good. But at the same time, where else can James Harden go if he's looking to be a championship contender where a team feels they need his services? I don't know. That's a tough question. Now, if he does sign somewhere else for like more money for a team that's not competing or doing anything like that, that's a different story. You do you. If that's the case, I can't even be mad. I can't even be upset. You take the money on the way out before your retirement, you're set. But he did take a pay cut, or he was willing, we thought, to take a pay cut for LeBron to be here. What are the financial terms? What's going on with that? That part I don't know. Eli, let me bring you in because you're saying here privately to me, I want you to bring this onto the air. And it's not even like out of all the contenders, not named Cleveland, you're saying Miami could be the only option.
Yeah, it just seems to make more and more sense by the day. Just by a few things, and this is my opinion, just based off what I've seen this offseason from the Cavaliers AA. I think for starters, to think that James Harden is waiting for either Jonathan Kuminga, which those talks have certainly cooled down now that Peyton Watson's under the fold, but Kuminga or Peyton Watson, I don't believe that James Harden is waiting for either one of those guys. He's not waiting for guys that are 23, 24 years old to go sign a lucrative contract with the Cavaliers and then say, yeah, I'll take my pay cut for probably my last multi-year contract in the NBA. Because let's imagine, James Harden right now at 36 years old. If he signs a 2-year deal even with the Cavaliers, he'll be 38, encroaching 39 by the time that contract ends. Not many multi-year contracts are going to be available at 39 years old for James Harden. He's taking a lot of wear and tear on his body. And I believe that's something to take into account. The other thing to take into account, Miami has no depth right now. They lost Khalil Ware. They lost Tyler Hero. They also lost Jaime Jaquez Jr. in that trade for Giannis Antetokounmpo. Now, they did acquire Bobby Portis. And Bobby Portis, an NBA champion in his own right, with the Milwaukee Bucks, has that chemistry with Giannis. He'll give you some depth. Davion Mitchell's there. You have some guys. And then you have some guys. All due respect, but then you have some guys. So James Harden immediately enters the fold as a starter in that lineup, as a guy that is going to get his wish of having opportunities where the offense is being run through him. But he also has that flexibility in Miami AA where he doesn't have to look in the fourth quarter and there's not Kenny Atkinson looking at him on the sidelines going, run the ISO, run the ISO. No, the ball will be in the hands of Giannis Antetokounmpo in that fourth quarter. It'll be up to Bam and James Harden to just get some timely buckets and some defensive stops. That's why I believe Miami. I've been, ranking or my percentages of James Harden being a Cavalier all offseason. And remember, we started, I was like 99-1. Then we went down to, 85-15. And then we're at 75-25 AA. Right now, I stand at 55% he's a Cavalier. 55%, 45% he ends up on another team. My hunch tells me Miami because he can play as a role model. I don't know about necessarily role model off the court, but a role model in terms of how to style your basketball game, in terms of how to be efficient passing the ball and still get your basket. Because Davion Mitchell is somebody I was very high on coming out of the NBA draft when he was drafted. Defensive prowess out of Baylor, and also an offensive game that's come around. James Harden, again, not off the court. Let's be very clear. Not a role model off the court, but on the court, somebody that Davion Mitchell and those young guys can lean on to learn how to play the game of basketball at a high efficient level. He still provides that and immediately gives Miami what they obviously want, a big three. They wanted it with LeBron. They were trying, there's talks of Jaylen Brown. They get their big three with James Harden, a guy that wants to win a championship, is championship hungry. And if he's watching the Cavaliers right now and it's Peyton Watson and it's Jonathan Kuminga, I don't believe he's taking a pay cut there, especially when I know Miami has those big contracts with Adebayo and Giannis AA. But then after that, their books are pretty clean for the most part. A lot of those guys are on smaller contracts. I think Miami makes all the sense in the world. I don't like saying that as a Cavaliers fan, but I think we should get in the mindset that even though it's not being said, Watson and Kuminga, maybe both, are your replacements for James Harden. And you're looking at a younger starting lineup next year that features Mobley, Watson, and or Kuminga. You're going to see more of Jalen Tyson, and I think it's time we start tempering our expectations as Cavaliers fans that they are moving into the Evan Mobley era. This is honoring and thanking Donovan Mitchell, and he's not going anywhere. But if we can get one, cool. But we want to see the progression of the young guys, hence why that's where their focus is right now.
And I'll add real quick, I do think their best brand of basketball, the Cavaliers, Evan Mobley and Jared Allen.
Yes.
That together. Now, I have a little rebuttal for you.
Mm-hmm.
I think it's 70-30 James Harden, Cavaliers, 30 somewhere else. Basketball reasons, I agree with you on Miami. Basketball reasons.
Yes. Oh, no. I know. There's a lot of clubs.
Come on, man.
And beaches and beautiful women.
Come on, man.
I get it. But all that to be said, AA, he was in Houston, and I've been in Houston before, and Houston has some beautiful women. They have a lot of nightlife stuff you can get into, and he had an MVP season in Houston. So I get it.
You know what? Can you be on the skis and be at your absolute best? Is it possible?
I mean,
if you're on demon time, do you perform at your best? I wonder, Eli, is there, as an athlete, is there pressure to perform when you know you have an audience?
Yes. I mean, look at Jordan Poole when the beautiful women are in the front row. Look at, Jordan Clarkson, I believe, was even under that for a little bit. Yes, spoiler alert, athletes love when beautiful women are in the front row. Rihanna being in the finals game, sitting there front row. And, athletes love when beautiful women sit and watch them do their thing, which is playing basketball. So, yes, I think there's definitely a motivation factor for James Harden. And I think I think there's more being said. I know we got to go to break. And I'm going to touch on this on primetime tomorrow. We may touch on it again here tomorrow on Midnight Run. But I'm definitely going to talk to Chad about this because I believe there's stuff that isn't being said right now about James Harden and the Cavaliers. Everything is just being,
I agree with that.
He's waiting on the contract. He's waiting on what they bring in. Again, I don't buy, as much as their potential is there, that Jonathan Kuminga and Peyton Watson are the reasons James Harden hasn't signed as a Cavalier. I think he's waiting just to see what final moves are made, and then he'll actually start his free agency and go, thank you, I'm going to look into Miami. I'm going to look into some of these other teams. Another team to keep in mind, I don't think it would work, but Boston. Boston just freed up a ton of money by not having Jaylen Brown there. There's some – I lean towards Miami, but don't rule out some of these other contenders that aren't Cleveland.
I think Boston would fall in line of what they want James Harden in terms of their style of play. Like, talent, yes. But in terms of style of play, would it make sense? Would it elevate, a Tatum? Like, would that make sense? For them. I just think of James Harden is hilarious. James Harden is I know. That's a guy. That James Harden is that dude. You know what? James Harden, you do you. Do whatever you need to do. Just stay out of trouble. That's all. Just stay out of trouble.
Yeah, it's crazy. It's crazy. I know we gotta go to break.
To be fair, I mean, he never was like in trouble while he was here.
No,
while he's been here. I mean, you can talk about like on floor performance, but to be fair, James Harden had more playoff minutes than Donovan Mitchell.
True.
Which still to this day blows my mind.
True. Yeah. And in the gun stuff that was, going on in the offseason has been dismissed. So technically, yeah, he has no real murmurs. But man, we might be seeing it one of the shortest lived Cavaliers. In a franchise that has welcomed in Sean Kemp past his prime, Shaquille O'Neal past his prime, almost everybody you could think of past their prime, Antoine Jameson. They're going to welcome in, James Harden, who's past his prime and could be the shortest lived aging superstar to play in a Cavaliers uniform.
Could be. Also, real quick before we break, congratulations to Donovan Mitchell and Coco Jones.
Yes.
Tied the knot. They are married. I do appreciate Donovan Mitchell. He's always been consistent in saying he does not dunk the basketball unless Coco Jones is in attendance.
Heck yeah.
That's an example of showing out in front of the public, right then and there.
Yes.
I think J. Cole gave him a shout out.
Yeah. During the fall off tour. Yeah. It's exciting. Yeah. Oh man, I can't wait. You just reminded me, J. Cole is here in 4 days. He's back in Cleveland. He's got an after party at Shooters in Cleveland.
Guys, we got to break. We got to break.
Break.
Yep. I have a J. Cole question for you when we come back. I actually need Eli's musical expertise on J. Cole when we come back from break. Also, we're going to do this. We're going to try to do this every Monday for the expanded show. It gives us a little bit more flexibility to stretch. I have some Monday Night Raw reactions for you right now. But Eli, as we go to break, I want you to play QVC because right now, apparently the talk of the town is the home shopping networks. QVC, take a look at what recently happened on their programming as we go to break.
This call is great.
Are we in for that or what? I mean, it's so fucking. Oh no, it's so.
We want to apologize for that. So that went south very quickly. Terribly, terribly sorry for that. We will just say our apologies. And he got very excited. And at least I can say the excitement is infectious since the entire day, the calls that we have taken from people, they've all resonated.
Dine, drink, and dance at the premier spot in town. It's time to check out all of what our friends over at the Brothers Lounge have to offer. Everything from weekly live entertainment, a wide variety of different beers, wines, and spirits, and a expertly crafted American fare menu with a twist courtesy of Chef Wynn that'll make your mouth water. So, what are you waiting for? Head over to the Brothers Lounge at 11609 Detroit Road or check out their website, brotherslounge.com, to learn more about what you've been missing out on. Brothers Lounge, proud sponsor of the Inside Edge Network, Cleveland's digital leader. Whether searching for a baseball autograph by your favorite World Series slugger, a signed football by an iconic Hall of Famer, or the jersey of a world-famous soccer star, you've come to the right place. Here at sportsmemorabilia.com, the web's leading source for authentic sports memorabilia, you'll find more than 500,000 authentic products from nearly every professional sports league, team, and players. Not only will you find your next prized sports possession with ease, thanks to superb customer service and tremendous site experience, you'll have satisfaction and peace of mind that every product listed comes complete with a certificate of authenticity and is fully backed by the sportsmemorabilia.com lifetime authenticity guarantee. Check out sportsmemorabilia.com by heading over to the partners page on our website, InsideEdgeNetwork.com. Sportsmemorabilia.com, proud sponsor of the Inside Edge Network, Cleveland's digital leader. Discover our collection of handcrafted body mists made with clean, minimal ingredients. They offer a natural alternative to synthetic fragrances, perfect for sensitive skin and those seeking clean, mindful self-care, and the perfect gift for you and your special someone. Learn more about all Ellie Rose Fragrances has to offer right now by clicking the link on our partner page at InsideEdgeNetwork.com. First-time customers use that promo code InsideEdge20 to receive 20% off your order. EllieRoseFragrances.com, a proud sponsor of the Inside Edge Network, Cleveland's digital leader. Monster Moments Photography is a husband and wife wedding photography team based in Cleveland, owned and operated by Inside Edge Network's very own Ryan Mosser and his wife Hallie. For the past 10 years, they've captured more than 100 weddings across Northeast Ohio and beyond, always working together as a true two-person team. Their style centers on authentic, emotional storytelling, documenting the real moments between two people in love and creating images that feel natural, comfortable, and true to the couple. Rooted in Northeast Ohio, but inspired by their travels, Ryan and Hallie bring a warm, personal approach to every wedding day. Their work blends experience, consistency, and a genuine passion for helping couples relive their best day through timeless photography. Learn more by checking out Monster Moments Photography's link on our partners page at the InsideEdgeNetwork.com website. Monster Moments Photography, a proud sponsor of the Inside Edge Network, Cleveland's digital leader. Find us on InsideEdgeNetwork.com for the latest information on your favorite shows, personalities, and network partners. Plus, we have a merch shop. That's right, we have network polos, t-shirts, champion jackets, hats, and bottles. Rep the network. Every purchase supports independent sports and entertainment media. Thank you for your support from all of us here at the Inside Edge Network, Cleveland's digital leader for news, talk, sports, entertainment, and mental health.
This is Midnight Run on the Inside Edge Network. Here's your host, Anthony Alford.
Man, that QVC clip, man. What's going on over there at QVC, man? What is happening, man? What are we doing? What we got, man. Hey, listen, we try to be professional here at the Inside Edge Network, but it's okay. You do whatever the hell you want. You do whatever you want. If you own a small business, by the way, and you want to advertise here at the Inside Edge Network, we have a new email, and conveniently, it just showed up on a ticker. InsideEdgeNetwork@gmail.com. You can reach out to us there. If you own a small business, you can advertise with us here at the Inside Edge Network. You have a professionally done commercial, or, oh, hell, Eli, let's play it one more time from QVC.
This call is great.
I mean, are we in for that or what? I mean, it's so fucking. Oh no, it's so.
We want to apologize for that. So that went south very quickly. Terribly, terribly sorry for that. We will just say our apologies, and he got very excited. And at least I can say the excitement is infectious since the entire day, the calls that we have taken from people, they've all resonated.
There's some new viewership going on over there at that network. I appreciate, man. One little complaint. If you're going to advertise an air mattress, do not, under no circumstance, do not jump on the air mattress. And more importantly, do not wear heels on the air mattress and start jumping around. Don't do that. The air mattress is going to pop, and then that's it. What are we doing? I don't know. We'll end the show with a special edition of Smash or Pass coming up in a little bit. I have a video to the side I'm going to pull up. Eli has not even seen it yet. I'm going to pull it up at the end of the show. First, let me bring in Eli because I have to deliver Eli my Monday Night Raw Reacts.
Yes.
Since we can stretch and do a little bit more on Mondays, we're going to try to bring this to you. If the shows are good, we'll bring it to you. If the shows are garbage, I just won't do it.
Yes.
So, a non-Roman Reigns show. So what if I told you Solo Sikoa is way over as a babyface, and then at the end of the night, he has to rejoin the bloodline?
Nice joke, Double A. All right. I didn't get to watch Raw tonight, but that was real nice. Okay. We all know Solo Sikoa. He had the 6-man tag with LA Knight and Royce Keys. He defeated Jacob Fatu and the Usos. That was a SummerSlam. They had their moment. He is one of the hottest baby faces in the game right now, and there's absolutely no way they would turn him heel again. There's no way he would team up with the Bloodline, who he's been hunting.
So he lost to the main event Jey Uso, and the stipulation is he has to he will be sent to Roman Reigns next Monday on Raw.
Oh my gosh.
So yeah, you got that going on. I will give you a positive. I'll give you a positive. Stephanie Vaquer and Becky Lynch, they look pretty good. That's gonna be. It's one of those, like, they both have respect for I think they have respect for each other, but they both want Liv Morgan, but then they both trash talk each other.
Is Becky a tweener? Is Becky a tweener at this point? Like based off, I mean, she's not a true baby face anymore. I feel like you can't make her a true baby face after all the running she's done as a heel. I think as a tweener, she's perfect, because if you need her to go against Liv, she can be the face. But against Vaquer, I would imagine she would be the heel back.
Yeah, I think she's a tweener. They haven't changed her character. Like, she's still the heelish Becky, but she's been gone, so fans are responding well to Becky. And I mean, she is, I guess, technically a tweener, but you got to live in there. So I'm interested to see how that plays out. Now, something to keep in mind, guys. The next PLE is not until October, so you're going to see some Raws and SmackDowns where you may get a championship match or two. In fact, not this Friday, but next Friday, we're going to get Kevin Owens versus CM Punk in Toronto for the WWE title on SmackDown.
Wow.
And I have to point out, and Raw is trying. SmackDown right now is the show.
Yes.
SmackDown's the show. And Kyle and I, we'll talk more about our side hustle later this week. But SmackDown's the show. I mean, you got Eli, you got Cody Rhodes and Randy Orton.
Yep.
Probably one of the promos of the year.
Right.
And they finally delivered on a promo, delivered on a story that they should have done back at WrestleMania. Yes. Two guys, they hate each other, and I think both of those guys are at their absolute best when they're both pissed off.
Yeah. And I thought it was interesting. Cody said he didn't have to be the good guy anymore. I know I've been, absolutely hammering this point home, but maybe, just maybe, we see this be the feud that turns Cody to the dark side, where, Randy gets the win in this feud. Maybe you put Randy back in the title picture, because the reality is Cody fatigue is real when it comes to, at least me, and I'm sure a lot of other fans, him being in the championship picture. So him losing this feud to Randy Orton, I think, is definitely on the table to put Randy back in the mix of whoever comes out of Owens and Punk, because you have the Owens-Randy storyline. You have Punk Punk and Randy. I was going to say Cody. No Cody. But Punk and Randy, where you have that long history as well from the past when Punk's first run. So I think that's interesting. I have one gripe, because I know we're up against it. I know you got some other stuff to get to. I have one gripe. Cody in his promo said, look around, Randy. You're the last legend around. Hello, Rey Mysterio is still in the WWE. That was my one gripe. I'm like,
yeah, that's a good point. That's a good point. But is it Rey Mysterio, the in-ring Rey Mysterio, or the AAA general manager Rey Mysterio?
I mean, here, I get you. But as I'll consider myself.
But you're right. You are right, though. I mean, yeah.
Yeah, I'll consider myself, definitely more of a casual as opposed to where I was maybe, a year or two ago. I mean, most of my life, I've definitely stayed up with wrestling, kept watching it. And I still follow along. And obviously, Side Hustle Wrestling Podcast keeps me up to date. But, I'd say this is the closest I've been to a casual. And even now, I'd want to see Rey Mysterio, and no Rey Mysterio going in a one-on-one match. Sure, he's not going to win any titles. He can still go. So the fact that he was omitted from the last legends around, I'm like, look, I know there's not many. I know they're all gone for the most part, but you still got Rey Mysterio. And, until he says he's done, he is still around in the company. And he's orchestrating the greatest tournament this year so far. The John Cena one hasn't even come to fruition. Mm-hmm. We're going to get some real cool, and we already have got some cool matches. And I think it'll be exciting to see where that goes.
My final wrestling point, just real quick from tonight's show. Dom Mysterio, let's book him to take him more seriously.
Yes.
And he's sick of it. He's sick of, there are reports out that he hasn't been overly satisfied with his character since 2 years ago when he teamed up with Liv Morgan. Because it's weird. He's the AAA mega champion.
Yep.
In AAA, Dominic Mysterio is booked as a serious character, Like, he can get after. He can go. Like, you could pop it. I watched that Rzicki's place. He popped on Bash at the Beach 1998.
Yeah.
And I'm watching Eddie Guerrero and Chavo Guerrero. I'm like, yep, that's Dom. But, like, in a more serious fashion. But, like, here on Monday nights, you know, he's joking around and stuff. And he wants to be presented more seriously. That's just him.
Yeah. You know, and then I'll kick it back to you because I know you're excited for Smash or Pass. But I will say this, you know, they got to figure out what they're doing with some of these young guys or the future. You know, you see Oba and Braun. I'm excited for that. Very excited for Oba and Braun. Whenever that happens. But they got to start thinking about with Dom and some of these other guys. You know, we talk all the time about when the veterans start handing over losses. You know, when it was Cena and Batista and Orton and those guys like Ric Flair were taking losses and Mick Foley. And it's time for some of these last remaining legends and other guys on the totem pole to start taking losses to Femi, to Breaker, who needs some repairing of his image. Of course, still have Fatu. Solo Sikoa in the last 3-4 months has earned a reputation now to be one of those young talents you can lean on, younger talents, that is. And then, of course, Dom Mysterio, who I believe is still a future world champion.
Yes.
They just got to figure it out. Is it the end of the Judgment Day? You know, is that the best thing for him? Do they become a female-dominated group and kind of just run against Fatal Influence? Because it doesn't appear there's as much cracks right now between Rodriguez and Morgan and Perez. I know that can happen in a moment's notice, but maybe they lean toward kicking the guys out because of all the the foolish things they've done with Danhausen and everything else, and boot JD and Dom out, and it kind of allows them to be free and go do some different things.
That might be something that we explore on Side Hustle. Let me think about that one because we might explore that. Now, we are 90 minutes now. We're going to end the show every night or every other night with Smash or Pass.
Yes.
Because what I love for our audience is to go to bed feeling good.
That's
Nothing
right.
makes an audience feel good than meaty meat and stuff. Pause. So I have here for you today's edition of Smash or Pass.
Okay.
That is a steak, whatever they called it here. Let's take a look.
He's getting after it.
Gordon Ramsay would say you're taking flavor out of your smashing the meat.
Yeah. Also, he's hitting these items so hard.
Oh, okay. That's a game changer.
Pepperonis?
Didn't know this was going to be a piece of mix.
There's like oregano and like some parsley maybe in there. Is that prosciutto?
I did not think this would take this turn.
Wow. Oh, yeah, we see what you're doing there, buddy. We see what you're doing there. Oh, no, it's about to get real.
Oh, okay.
Okay, they're gonna make like a little olive oil with it, huh?
Okay. Didn't think that was coming.
What? What's going on here? Oh, wow.
Wow.
Dude. What? Dude. What?
Wow. That is a definite smash. Definite
smash. I mean, like,
it's steak pinwheels. That's courtesy of Lucas Bennett on Twitter.
Dude, and you know what would be so good with that? Like some Italian dressing. Oh, or like maybe even some steak sauce. I know with the pepperoni could get a little dangerous, but some steak sauce because you have steak there, Oh, it's a smash for
The
me. You
thing
don't even need the
is,
sauce.
You know, my dad always said too, if it's a good steak, you don't need steak sauce.
Yep, I agree. Yeah, Papa Moon says the same stuff, man. Yeah, he goes,
if it's a good steak, you don't need steak sauce. But I wonder with those flavors. You know, you could put, I don't know if you need ranch.
Oh,
and the meat, I mean, that looked good.
It's a smash for me, Double A. That was incredible. I'm not gonna lie. That was phenomenal. In fact,
that might have been one of the best things we have presented on these airwaves.
Yeah, no, absolutely.
Let me one more time.
Yes.
Here's the final product. One more time. There it is.
Wow.
Look at that.
Wow.
Can you imagine eating that right now at 1:00 in the morning?
No, because I already have trouble falling asleep before 5 in the morning. And if I eat like basically a dinner again, my brain will be convinced that it's 7 or 8 o'clock at night and I won't get sleep. You cannot have that at dinner, though. You can't have that at 1 a.m. Double A. Like, you cannot.
Come on now. Come on. Look at that.
It's phenomenal. At like 4 o'clock in the afternoon, once you have like time to decompress before the shows. That is not a 1 a.m. dinner. You cannot. First off, Double A, let me be real. Let me bring it back to us for a minute. If you're having a 1 a.m. dinner, there's some conversations we need to have. Now, I'm guilty of time to time having an ice cream cone or something after the shows. Or like tonight, I will, full transparency, have the other burger I have from a local establishment that we had to stop and grab because we're quick against it with dinner. But I have a burger. I will eat that. But that right there, Double A, that's like you go out on the patio after, smoke a cigar, chill out, like, kick your feet up. You ain't doing nothing the rest of the day. That's like a perfect appetizer for Thanksgiving. Because if you don't make
that man put like a year's worth of ingredients on that meat.
He sure did. But I'm telling you, on a Thanksgiving type of vibe, if you make them thinner, that could be like a perfect, like, here's your entree or your appetizer. Steak and some pepperoni rolls, a steak pinwheel. My goodness. I love food sometimes. I'm not the biggest foodie, but I can really get down with some food.
You go be. Because every night we're doing is every other night we're gonna do something of that sort. It won't all be tasty. Sometimes you might find a fried condom in your chicken. I still can't believe that story.
Poor Houston, man.
Go back in our archives on YouTube and you'll see that. It's just nuts. Well, Eli, a successful night one of the new lineup.
Yeah, I was very happy. Happy to have Kyle with us now in the evening stream. I feel like the band's all together. Very good to have him, and his meme of the week was hilarious earlier. If you missed that earlier, go check it out. I'm sure Pete has already seen it, and it was probably maybe filled in. Hopefully it was filled in before, but an iconic picture.
Probably, as a former, we both have been memes of the week. He was probably not filled in. No,
probably not filled in. But, it's an epic picture of Peter Tellep, the owner of the Inside Edge Network. It's a cool picture nonetheless. But yeah, Kyle with the meme of the week. And of course you have a bunch of local and national news talk with Kyle that you got at 5 o'clock. Now you get it at 9 o'clock. So instead of having to turn on, the TV or whatever, scroll through, just click on the stream. Kyle's got you up to date with everything. And of course, Autumn coming back next week. We hope she is enjoying her vacation. Well deserved. And we are excited to have her back, which means, we really are giving you kind of a sneak peek, everybody out there, because we had Autumn back, obviously bring her back into the fold, 8 p.m. starting next Monday. So we'll run from 8 to 1. So tonight was like, for marathon runners, we did about 3/4 of the marathon tonight. And I'm excited about what's to come, of course. And I got to be honest, I like that I can kick my feet, a little loose, get stretch out, get some stretch room with that extra half hour, man. I love it. So,
yeah. You can stretch and do all that stuff. Now, the USA Network once looked at WWE and said, wait a minute. We gave you a third hour and you still need an overrun? To which I will say to myself, we are 10 minutes into the overrun of an extra show.
Yeah. Hey, you know what? There's a lot to talk about.
Folks, thank you guys for tuning in. Remember, like and subscribe at Inside Edge Net across our social media platforms. Our live shows always air on YouTube and X/Twitter. That's where you'll always find our live shows. If you're watching us on YouTube, right underneath, probably underneath Eli, there's a notification bell. Click on that. And anytime we're on the air for a live show or for show clips, we have that for you. In fact, show clips you can also find on Instagram and TikTok. Main Event's getting a good run on TikTok today. But we got all that for you coming up. Now, what will tomorrow bring? You got to come here tomorrow and find out what it brings. But we got a lot of stuff to get after. Will the Guardians finally get back on the winning track? They got the Tigers tomorrow night. We'll see about that. The NBA with they're releasing parts of their schedule, so we'll have details on that. Will James Harden finally sign with a team? We don't know. And then also, of course, the latest on Browns and stuff. Actually, I do got something to bring up tomorrow about college football because now they're again talking about expanding the college football playoff, and there's a lot of uncertainty there. So we'll get into all of that and so much more. I can't look at that screen. And that screen has the food still. For Eli, for Chad, for Kyle. Again, Autumn's on vacation. As Eli mentioned, she'll be back on Monday. For our entire team. Most importantly, also thank you to Mike Sando for joining me earlier today. Really check that interview out. Mike Sando of The Athletic. Most importantly, and thank you to Peter Tullup, our owner here at the Inside Edge Network. But most importantly, thank you guys. None of this is possible without your love and support of the Inside Edge Network. And we take great pride of bringing you exciting, informative, and entertaining content each and every single night right here on the Inside Edge Network. Now, this show is over, and I have to make a decision of whether or not I should fold up my clothes that I have on my bed or just shove it all to the floor and do it tomorrow.
Flip a quarter, Double A. Flip a quarter.
I ain't got the energy to do. We'll see you tomorrow night, everybody. Good night.